Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, and I hope you're having a decent morning. It is dreary as hell outside today, so I'm having one of those weird, like, it's super dark, I'm really tired, I just want to sleep kind of days. It's one of those, I'm sure you know. Anyway, it's me. I got coffee. I got coffee and I'm doing the thing. I moved my camera slightly closer to me. I'm trying stuff out. See how it goes. Wow, that is a flood of points. I think it's beyond a shadow of a doubt you guys have this challenge on lock. 12 days left, you're at 72%. I better start planning. Anyway, let's greet everyone. We got Jester, Reckless Monster, Roddy, Pico, Coralaf, Shay, Cuddyman, Shard Attack, Mechromancer Gage, Scroll, No Way, you mean Blightcaller? Blightcaller and Stavmancer? Actually, it's pretty likely that they're not gonna go that well together now. Keep in mind, Contagion was reworked. You need a strong dot, not just a dot. So, it's up in the air. Anyway, Al, how you doing? Ancient Rune. Hey, Ember. Thank you so much. 1 year. Tenor, how you doing? Dark Reaper. Yeah, you're onto it. You're onto it. I'll explain the logistics, but yeah, you're barking up the right tree there with what the farm is. Not a speak. Loading screen. Shag. Matt. Kevin. Stump. Fleece. Cheeky, J Games, Mooface, okay. You gonna lay down there, Kevin?
She's just a
good?
Girl and she's
There's
on
the alert.
fire.
I don't know why it's so delayed already, but
a whole year, Pog, Quag Chad.
Quag Chad indeed. Thank you for the prime in the 1 year, Ember. It's been a ride. Thank you so much. Okay, so. Is the bow spell thing meant to drop from the wheel? Yes, it does. I've gotten it. I can confirm. So, with DLC 3 gear, as with DLC 2, we need to get it from the wheel. Even after you've completed the boss, it's sourced from the wheel. But they did buff the wheel in the patch, so you get just more stuff from it in general. And in DLC 3, there's a couple rooms within the mirror that are really good for soul farming. So I figure we're going to spend some time at one of them. I want to see how many souls I get in an hour, actually. So I think I might put up a timer, and we might just do a timed 1 hour. So let me do that. Get in game first. I'm going to be doing this on my my Deadshot, which before stream today, I also went and I grabbed all of the shrines, the remaining shrines that I hadn't. Show you guys here. So I have all these buffs up top now. I got the crit damage. I didn't have this loot luck or moon orb gain or XP, so I wanted all those. The crit damage I waffled on getting, but I decided because having the full set also gives me the wisdom bonus from down here. So I was like, whatever, let's just do it. Put that over there. Okay. So. let's head over to Dreamvale.
She's on fire. There you go.
Hey, Jack.
Quag ISNT just some Bugs Life player, he is my goat. The reason why I wake up in the morning and the reason why I fall asleep at night. He is my oxygen, my soul, my love. Every day I wake up in a cold sweat because I fear my precious at TBJ_Quag had bad day.
I am mighty. I will not be cowed.
My favorite part of that one, Jack, was text-to-speech saying, like, spelling out isn't. That was top tier. Thank you so much for the 2 years and the tier 2. Thank you for the 2 years, Jack. I appreciate it. My mind still can't quite wrap itself around that, but thank you so much, Jack. I hope you're doing well and you're recovered from that excitement. Time Worth prediction? I don't know if... I mean, we could try a prediction. I don't know. Do you guys want a prediction to bet on the soul count? Because I don't know how many I'm gonna get. I don't have a scientific ballpark. It'd just be guessing. But this is a pretty good farm, so I figured I'd show it off. Hey, Twist. How you doing? Ladman, hope you're well. Best soul farm, really? It's a good one, Wraith Lord, but it got you in here. So, now there's 2 different places in this DLC you can farm souls pretty effectively. I'll be showing you guys the one that I prefer. But yeah, thanks for the insight on the insight rings. Things highly underrated. I feel it makes all even stronger. Insight rings are just really good, Shay. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hey Don, how you doing? Brucey, hope you're well. Jaybridge, good to see you. Gonna play World Slayer early or Thursday. I gotta check on some stuff for that Pico. Not sure, but I will be playing. Over under 500? Oh, it's gonna be way more than 500. For reference, I got 1,000 in about 30 minutes 2 days ago. Now, that was not with me paying complete attention. I tabbed out regularly to shitpost and Lazy's chat while I was doing this, but I got about 1,000 in 30 minutes. So, pretty good soul farm. Waiting on the clickbait video later today. Fantastic, thanks yourself. Waking up, but doing okay. Hey Scoops, how you doing? Excellent emote combo, as always. Over under 2,500? Alright, let's put that up. Give you guys 15 minutes to join on this one. Alright, there you go. Think I made a fatal mistake? Just put together Lazy's Punchbot. Yeah, Lazy did remake Punchbot. Alright, how many souls are we starting with? Starting with 0. That's actually perfect. Cool.
Are they barbecuing something in there? Smells smoky.
So, I'm gonna start the timer when we actually get to the farm. It'll take about 1 minute inside the DLC to get to the farm.
We all want to protect.
How does contagion work exactly? Do we know? It works how it says it works. It doesn't do the spreading thing. Contagion can no longer trigger contagion.
Beyond that gate
Is the short explanation?
emphasis on the odor. He's the sole warden of this prison, because he was the sole person to want the job.
I was also the best candidate. I mean, look at my gate chains. It takes multiple cannon shots to destroy those.
Time to go find some conveniently placed
How did I
cannons
mess
then.
that up?
Correct. And be careful. He plays the fool.
Contagion's fun is no longer infectious. Contagion's still really good. The way I've been explaining it to people is Alchemical Agent is still the most impactful damage dealing skill for 1 point in the entire game, and Contagion still gets you down to Alchemical Agent and buffs Alchemical Agent. Oh, I actually have to kill this troll.
Which side's prettier?
So, like... How Chemical Agent's still goated? So Contagion's still goated.
Another lost soul has come to be punished. Get in then.
Morning, it's Kato. How you doing?
Everything he loves in chains, including the door to his lair.
I think Ratio's finally gonna pull through this time. You never know. You never know. Alright, so timer will be starting in a moment. Gonna do 1 hour of this.
I'll tell you.
Starting now.
He doesn't.
I go out all the time to cooler places than you've ever been.
He's a prisoner too. He just can't see it from under.
So, I'm just gonna be in here, killing these bloomps for an hour. These will infinitely respawn. And you get some goblins and stuff too, but the big thing is the big ones. They infinitely respawn. You can just sit here just kind of killing things. And it is a pretty good soul farm. Now the biggest thing to keep in mind when doing this farm is you won't exactly be drowning in ammo. So you're going to want to have ways of killing efficiently that don't require much ammo. As much of a meme as Blizzard is in a lot of areas of the game, this is one area where Blizzard would be really, really good. Blizzard with Berserker Capstone. You could just kind of have it on and it would sustain itself for long periods of time. Companion builds would do well here, as in actual companions, not inferior companions. Spellcasting builds do well. You basically hang out around here and you kill these. Oh, the laser hand just casually hits 6 figures all the time. It's so good. If you hit an actual crit spot with laser hand and then your double knot crits, it's like pretty crazy damage. The day I get an ascended laser hand with 2 charges, ooh, we're gonna be cooking with gas then, chat. The charge part, I'm finding, is the most important part of Laser Hand, because having 2 back-to-back there is so nice, and then with all your spell cooldown, you get the first charge back right after using the second one. And then if you still have spell cooldown bonuses up, you get the second charge back right after using the third one. It takes a while of continuous Laser Hand to not have one anymore, and by continuous, I mean, you know, within about 3 seconds of the last one, activate another one. It takes a good while.
Before they hit the ground. At least you're some use. Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you. Let's get casting and blasting.
Breakfast is black coffee and Java chip flavored Oreos. That sounds good. For me, it's black coffee and I got a couple granola bars. Oops. Occasionally it's worth to run over here and grab souls so they don't despawn, but... I'm also hoping I get some good gear farm out of this. because I did up my loot luck since the last time I was here. Or my dead shot to C50 with 2 double charge laser hands. The power, it's great, Charlie, isn't it? It's a good time. It's cool with so many spells, unique or not, are viable. Agreed, Sora. Agreed. Spell diversity is doing really well right now. That does mean, though, that we still do need to keep in mind that some are gonna fall behind. For example, I've noticed that calamities aren't doing so hot. Maybe let's get some more people experimenting with calamities, see where the sauce is there. Probably still polymorph stuff, but I've noticed that in general gameplay, there's little reason to use a calamity over a barrel maker anymore, for example. Barrel maker kind of functions as the legendary calamity now, in terms of power. Hey, Zifnab, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Run Trap Scallon with the Ruby Spite. It's very fun going Burr. It's a powerful combo. I'd say it's a pretty... There it goes. I'd say it's a pretty simple gameplay loop, but if you enjoy going Burr, it definitely has that. What would be the other Souls farm? So the room with the pressure plates, you can step onto one of the pressure plates and then off of it, and then the goblins will infinitely spawn. You can farm those instead. I prefer this because the goblins, they can stack up in a way that can actually be inconvenient if they decide to attack you from range and then just kind of stay there. These are melee enemies, so they will always come to you. And then the blooms themselves, they spawn in the middle of the sky, so they don't, like, hide or anything. So I find that access to enemies is better right here. And I'm able to hang out just at the top of this ramp. It's all good, you know. Don't ask if the drop rate different for souls. Not to my knowledge. And apologies if I miss anything in chat. Feel free to, if there's something you really want me to see, ping me with it. It'll highlight in red in my chat. I'm trying to be efficient during this farm. We got this timer going, but I'll do my best to keep chatting with you guys. Laser hand sound is good. It's so good. How high can laser hand roll? I want to say you can get, with spell damage parts, something in the 9,000 range on Ascended. My Primordial I'm using right now with, I believe it has 1 spell damage part, if any, is like 6,600. So it's in the 6,000s at Primordial, without being max damage. I'm trying to get melee killing blows for that side objective as well. And if you see me go down occasionally, that's just enemies on Chaos 50 hitting really hard. You might have seen some of the discourse about this over the last few days. And so to give you like the measured take, yes, enemies hit very, very hard on Chaos 50. Not so hard that it really impacts build diversity much. There's just some builds that you're going to want to be more careful on or build more survivability into the best you can without losing damage. Keep in mind, with Chaos 50, the jump from Chaos 35 is multiple times bigger than the jump between Chaos 20 and 35. So if you had difficulty adjusting to 35 from 20, you will have even more difficulty this time. But if you had a build that worked very well on 35, as long as it's structurally sound, you know, like the interactions are good, it is not too dependent on any one thing, then yeah, you'll be cruising on C50. Enemy damage is quite high though. So you'll notice that some defensive stats will become more valuable for you, whether that's healing of various kinds, whether that's absorb and reflect parts on your ward when you're fighting ranged enemies, whether that's movement speed to help you avoid attacks that you were just face tanking before.
Oh, don't look so surprised! Looks like magic back on the menu!
So 11 minutes in, we're close to 500 souls. Hey kitty, how you doing? Pragmatic, hope you're well. Somebody say it's kind of ridiculous how much damage enemies have. Even regular mobs, tank builds taking a hit. Depending on how you're tanking. So like my Deathless build, for example. There's some enemies I could tank before that I can't now. But it's still tanky. It's still tanky enough to trivialize certain high-value targets, such as raid bosses. There's just certain attacks that you can't, at least not with that same level of investment, can't just tank through anymore. Now, there's still tank options on the table for that build that I have not touched. For example, I still have a Primordial Ward. I could get an Ascended one for some extra raw tank. I don't have HP or Ward passives. I can have one on my armor, which would help my Deathless out a lot. I could get more damage reduction from skills and skill tree, so that is also an option. There's still options. You have to beat each level of the mirrors for the gear to be added. So most of the gear from this mirror is added from just the first level. For each of the following weeks, I believe there's one additional item. And only after completing all 4 do those items all go into the world drop pool, which also makes them available as buttons. So currently, there's only some of the items available. And on Thursday, we'll get another one available as long as you've beaten Form 2 of the boss. Best to turn off Chaos, Bruise through the mirror, have them unlock. You could, but keep in mind, Wraithlord, if you don't know how to handle the boss, this applies to any mirror. If you don't know how to handle the boss on higher Chaos and aren't adequately prepared, then getting it in a random run, such as a normal run, or an extended run, or a boss run, then it'll be there on the max Chaos, you know? So I would recommend going through once, just to know what to do on the boss. And then on future characters, if it speeds up your process a lot, then by all means, do go through on low Chaos. But I'd say go through on a Chaos level where you can feel comfortable. Like, I could be doing this farm on C0 right now. I absolutely could, and then take all the souls, and then go up to C35. But farming here on C50, or I said 35 a moment ago, 50, you know what I mean. Farming here on C50 gives me the chance of getting, like, relevant gear from the enemies themselves. Also is giving me more money. Which is a commodity. And it's just kind of more hands-off for me as well. Once I run out of throwable hole ammo, I'll probably switch to Hawken. Yeah, Mr. Black Eye, that's a thing with mimics. Some mimics spawn immune to all damage except for melee attacks. It is an RNG thing among mimics. So it's a lot more visible when the only enemies are mimics. A little crowded on this ramp. A lot of loot? Yeah. Feature's great for money though? Yeah. Tyrex is absolutely correct. Featured is really good for money. If you're looking to shore up your funds on a character so that you're able to buy that ascended gear if it pops up in a vendor, because it'll be very expensive, then doing this featured for a bit's a great way of getting some money. So even though it's a little annoying to deal with all the mimics, and maybe drill might not be your favorite, it's still worth going through a few rooms of it. You could even do like the first 2 rooms, and then reset, if you don't care about the crystals. It's very efficient for getting money. My recommendation would be get a greatsword build, like use a Banshee and pump a bunch of melee damage stats and just swing it, because you can hit large numbers of mimics at once with a greatsword. And then you'll never have to worry about them being immune. Figured out this farm pretty early for myself, pretty fun too, the keep spawning so fast. Yeah, you can definitely do this farm faster than I am even, because these blooms will keep spawning. As soon as you kill one, another one spawns. So I'm kind of just chilling and killing them as fast as my laser hand comes back. I could kill them faster, but we're chilling. Let's give a nice realistic figure. They knew what they were doing with this room? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I can't stress enough that in this DLC, like, you could do this as a farm, but honestly, the boss is fun. It's not like a Melda, where fighting the boss just would ruin your day. in this game, it's actually in this DLC, it's actually a good time. I do like the boss design of DLC 3. Just this is a really good farm as well, so may as well take advantage. We're almost closing on the 20-minute mark on the farm. Gonna grab some souls. About 800.
And death is your reward.
This will just respawn? What do you mean? Because he feels the most fleshed out? I agree. Definitely feels like they got some concepts here, and they were like, hey, let's make these work together, rather than let's just kind of do things. Well, don't get me wrong, my entire content creation model is let's just kind of do things. But, from DLC, people want a little more cohesion, and I think they delivered. I think they really did a good job of delivering. Melda actually ruined my day yesterday. Got her my first cast chamber of the day. I just quit the game. Understandable, Fatal. Like, Melda just sucks. I would enjoy the objective of this DLC room as Chaos Chambers, change a bit the monotony of the spawn killer and repeat rooms. But like, the objectives kind of are the Chaos Chamber objectives already. So you've got, what, Destroy Courts? Yeah, that's the same as Dragon Lord statue. You've got Stand on Pressure Plates. Okay, that's Sacred Ground. You've got Go Around and Interact with things in the map. They couldn't make that work with Chaos Chamber rooms. I don't think.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
I think it's just best to look at it as a separate content thing. Like, the big difference between DLC 3 and the previous two is that this would stand on its own as an activity, right?
Now that's the good stuff.
Like, if the future difficulty levels of this one actually get hard, it could feel almost like, and I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna say the word that whips people up to a frenzy. Almost feel like a takedown.
Like wait before the sun.
How dare you? It's true though. I need to repeat them each week is my only gripe. I don't love that model, Wraith Lord. Like, I would like to do them all at once, but I do understand it, and I'm not opposed to experimentation. Remember, this is a perfect time for us to make our desires on this stuff known as this content is being released. You know, providing that feedback. Remember, even if feedback doesn't have an immediate impact, feedback matters, and they do listen, and it affects future implementations quite often. So, like, make our desires known out there in a constructive and productive way. And something that is lost in the fine art of providing feedback. Remember to say what you like. Not just what you don't like, not what you wish would be there also, but also say what you like. Say what worked for you. Hey T-Dog, how you doing? Time to separate my existence from reality so I can binge World Slayer. Yeah, I'm looking forward to World Slayer. Definitely looking forward to that. I read through they did a dev blog on balancing they plan on doing with World Slayer, and it was a really good read. Priz tried to get me to read that for a while. I finally did yesterday. Really enjoyed it. Good insight into their thought processes, and won me over on some change philosophies that I otherwise might not have supported without that insight. Didn't even think about this. Yeah, this first crossed my radar when I think Ramen mentioned it to me draft. And I was like, oh, let me actually try this for a bit. And it worked out quite well. So I'm doing an hour of this, so then we can do some wheel farming. I might even back up my save after we do this, to like make a copy and store it somewhere if I want to get some quick souls for like cosmetic farming. No shame. Big thing to keep in mind with this farm though, chat, see how my ammo is just constantly kind of like, I'm not breaking even here. So you're gonna want something like a spellcasting build, or an action skill oriented build, or a companion build that doesn't require you to chuck guns, to constantly be killing without needing ammo. Like everything with the UI and class balance, a lot of skills feel low impact. A lot of those cases are things simply requiring investment. I wouldn't say there's a lot of skills in this game that are low impact. I'd say it's only a little, only a few. Something this game really champions, especially at the higher difficulty levels, is build synergy. You gotta have things working together. Some things might not stand up on their own. Example, for a lot of people, Inflammation probably still doesn't feel very good. But this is a build structured around Inflammation. It's not even your standard Deadshot build. I've made some creative choices to be more friendly to Inflammation. Throwable Hole works well on here for several reasons. One, the final explosion from it is spell damage, so that does a lot considering my kit, considering my loadout. But also, it being dark magic means that if I get a burning bloom like that, immune to fire, it's another source of doing non-fire damage, because my double knot is determined by the weapon type I'm holding. So I have not only Stand of the Soul, but Double Knot as dark magic on my fire spell, allowing me a little more elemental flexibility. Turn down there, got back all your ammo. Yeah, I got back some, but keep in mind, this is a weapon where I'm able to kill like 10 enemies for one mag. And not a lot of weapons can achieve that. Even something very efficient, like a Pixie, is not always going to be able to do that. So it's entirely likely you end up in a situation where you need to kill an enemy to be able to use more ammo at all. And if all your eggs are in the, hey, I kill with gun basket, then you're not going to be able to get that ammo back. So I really encourage having non-gun ways of killing for this farm. These aren't particularly tanky enemies. Just get something really good that's fire and kill it. Great spell, spellcasting focus. Yeah. That is what's happening. Saw someone playing Morticulturist using magic to get more damage on Guns with Wings is weird. I mean, it makes sense. Crossbolts are a hugely impactful part of your damage dealing, whether that's for gun builds or melee builds. I notice a lot of people sleeping on crossbolts, but they're just really, really good. So it sounds like that was the setup, getting a lot of crossbolt action going. I like it. Possible make the Wyvern a primary source of damage? Yes, Pico, but the thing is, you'll be subject to some inconsistency. Because the Wyvern's got a couple really powerful special attacks it does. Two that require skill tree investment, one that it just has built in. Those attacks are really good when they're happening, but A, you can't control when the Wyvern does it, B, you can't control who it does it to, beyond the gentle suggestion you can do with attack commanding, or from pings. But, like, it's inconsistent, and then once these special attacks are on cooldown, you're kind of waiting for the Wyvern's peak damage to come back. Wyvern far and away does the most damage out of the class feats for companions. It's just the strongest one in terms of actual pets, but it is awkward. The Demi-Lich is the most controllable one, if you wanted to make one a primary damage source. Because every time you cast a spell, Demi-Lich does Hellish Blast. That's very controllable. You just constantly cast spells to make it do better attacks. But with the Wyvern, you don't have a way of doing that. Show off the building you're done farming. This is going to be an hour of me here, Emily, so remind me in 28 minutes, and I'm sure. Times 5 on a purple? Yeah. Soot-Cough pistols are times 5. Another reason I like this farm is it's not the exhausting kill one enemy, look at load screen loop that people are enamored with. I'm actually playing the game, like, for long stretches of time, uninterrupted. And I will just always prefer that.
That's more like it.
Never ending waves on enemies my jam. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Reminds me a lot of Crystals 2 in Guardian Takedown. Infinite spawns. Good stuff. Hour of murdering clumps. Yep. Soul count right now. See if it can pop up as I pick some more up. We're at about 1,500 if we include more that are on the ground. About 1,500. Ticked over to 1,480-ish there. And I assume there's about 20 more on the ground. Probably more now. And this is starting from 0.
Idiot. Forgotten before they hit the ground. I got all the magic I need.
Doesn't every map infinitely spawn? No. Infinitely spawning is different from enemies respawning, Irish. This enemy constantly replenishing itself as I kill it is very different from enemies respawning after 20 minutes. These enemies are respawning while I am in combat with them, and it's very different.
Oh, don't look so surprised.
Single-layer throwable hole is fun to use. It is. It's great for things like this as well, because I can keep the enemies from knocking me around like that. Especially when I can't see much of my screen due to all the loot beams. I could make this farm even more optimal by,
Let's get casting and blasting.
realistically, running a Sever the Thread setup here is better, because I'm killing enough enemies to constantly have my Graveborn kill skills down anyway. I could also be wearing Loot Luck gear, but I don't mind not having a peak efficiency showcase, because I'm also not killing as fast as I could. This is a good idea of how you can farm on just like your average build. Favorite build right now? Probably either this or my my Deathless Frost Shiver, which I've been messing around using not Deathless on. That might be how I solve my C50 survivability issue. I just continue to shield tank, but I also keep health gate. Because remember, Vampire restores both. It's 10% wards and 10% health. So I might just continue stacking ward capacity and stuff, just without Deathless removing my health gate. But yeah, that build or this one, currently. Finish the entirety of my Sword Explosion. I'm gonna get through Droid second phase. Oof. Hey Foster, how you doing? Super vague hypothetical question. Got a crap ton of Boreas. It's a gun that exists. It's not bad for shooting. It's not great, but it's like fine. Get hilt benefits in Ghost Blades? No. Hilts are melee attack, meaning swinging your weapon and connecting with that actual melee attack. The only exceptions to this are Goblin's Bane, Diamond Guard's Sword, Elemental Conversion part, Spell Blades, adding spell damage as conditional damage to anything that's melee. And that's it. Yeah, that's all the exceptions. I suppose there's an item added with DLC 3 that we're not supposed to have. Yeah, good people have no self-control. That does a thing.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Hey Frizz, how you doing? I was talking about, I was gonna say a few minutes ago, this was about 30 minutes ago now. I finally read that Outriders thing, Chris, the balance thing. Yeah, like, that is just industry standard levels of, that should be industry standard levels of providing insight and stuff into, balancing philosophy, and, like, they did things like admit that a thing they were trying to do didn't work, so they're approaching it from a different angle. Like, they just, it was great. It was great. Highly encourage reading through that if you have an interest in Outriders and World Slayer coming up. Which, reminder, I will be streaming World Slayer. I don't have an exact time frame on which day I will be yet, but I should know that by the end of today.
Now that's the good stuff. Forgotten before they hit the ground.
Grab some of these souls. No way we're gonna be able to grab them all right now. We'll grab some. Is it soul farm? Yeah. Content does World Slayer bring to Outriders? Kind of complete game overhaul, honestly. A game-wide overhaul of difficulty, new ways of customizing your builds in terms of, like, skills and whatnot. Huge balance changes, more endgame activities, a whole new storyline. Lots of new stuff in World Slayer. Looks pretty hype. My biggest complaint with Outriders, and the reason why I haven't played much of it over the last few months since the New Horizons update, which was a really good update, but just lost interest after about a month of that, is because it's a great game, there's just never been enough of that game for me. But World Slayer looks to be addressing that first and foremost, which you love to see.
Forgotten before they hit the ground. Looks like magic back on the menu.
I wonder how good this is for XP as well. You're not getting, like, much per enemy here, but I suppose if you're XP grinding... Ooh, anyone ever try leveling here? Like, from a fresh character. Like, I wonder if this is the scrap trap nest of this game. Thank you for testing. Hey, Aaron.
I've got all the magic I need.
Alright, about 15 minutes left.
How's that for an active reload?
Open stream, thought it was GTD visually. GTD vibes, yeah. I did mention that earlier too, with the respawning enemies.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
Let's grab some more souls. Game, show me my total. Oh, we're at about 2,000. We're about 2,000.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya?
Honestly, with this throwable hole, I could just run 2 laser hands for more efficiency as well. And since throwable hole area ticks are gun damage, that's another argument for sever the thread. Just 2 laser hands, sever the thread spec.
Ready to cast.
Yeah, this farm can definitely be optimized a lot.
And death is your reward.
Realistically, using like guns with wings or pixies and like a frostburn would probably be best here, but meh, this is more interactive.
You knew what this was.
Where you farm it. This is in DLC 3, so in the room where you gotta escort the minecart across the chamber, if you just go to where the first lever is, the very first one, and you just hang out, these enemies infinitely respawn. So you can just farm them for souls. So we are testing to see how many we can get in an hour of not at all optimized farming, just casually me hanging out. I burnt through a bunch of throwable hole. Let me...
Let's get casting and blasting.
Hawk in.
Oh, don't look so surprised.
A dagger sword would be pretty good here too. So I playing Deadshot? Yeah, I've been playing some last couple streams in Alia. I did a C50 climb on Deadshot, and now I'm doing some soul farming. This is a multi-class I've always said I would make content for if I could do interesting stuff with it. And with the buffs to Laser Hand and Inflammation, the Pyromancer style build I've always wanted to do is a lot more viable now. Competitive with more boring stuff like Ice Spike. so
Death is your reward.
I'm having fun doing that.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Personally grown fond of the Ice Ball spell. Frozen Orb? Yeah. Frozen Orb, I have yet to try that after the buff, but it certainly sounds good. Always liked it thematically. I grew up playing Diablo 2, and it is a Diablo 2 reference,
The stuff legends are made of.
so that always made me happy to see. Exactly that reason why I like it as well. You have more static mobs or bosses, damage checks are pretty high. Yeah, it's good at area coverage, and that can be very valuable for certain kinds of enemies. Oh, I need more coffee. Dying, throat dry. Like that SpongeBob meme where you just cough out like nothing, that super dry wheeze. Yeah, that was me while talking just now. Ugh. We're making progress. Farm's going pretty well. Running a lethal catch here would probably be wise as well. Play this game daily, play this game for too many hours and weekends, just like you. Can't find anything, and mind you have like 6 characters to point because it's RNG, just annoying. It can be. That's the nature of this kind of game. I do think there's some things that could be less player unfriendly in terms of RNG, but even if changes to that were made, it's entirely possible to still get screwed. The random number god is not kind. You have those days where you get a bunch of unreal drops. Right, like the armor I'm wearing right now, it's a Calamity armor, so fire damage, which is nice for this. That is got 2 points in double knot, and it's ascended. Like, insanely good. The passives aren't anything really crazy, but like ascended class power is really nice.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
Shotgun is that? This is the Hawkins. I'm just using it because my throwable hole's out. I have ammo again. Oh, decent amount of legendary drops to go through after this too.
Eat or be eaten.
Hey, Struggle Bus, please explain Soul Farm. So, where I am right now is right after you drop down in this room. This is the immediate left room when you first gain access to like your choice of the 4 rooms to progress to DLC 3. So it takes about a minute in the DLC to get here. And you just hang out by this very first lever. Up to you whether you activate it or not. But you hang out by this very first lever at the top of this ramp, and you just kill the blooms. And you just keep killing the blooms. That's it. That's all you gotta do. And they drop souls, and loot, and all that stuff. So just hang out here. We're doing a test to see how many I can get in an hour of farming here. So that's what that timer at the top of the screen is. We're 57 minutes in. So we're winding down, and it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. An alternative place you can farm within this DLC is you could go to the room with the pressure plates, step on one and then off of it and don't complete it, and then kill the goblins that infinitely spawn. But I find this to be better because the AI of bloomps, they just kind of hang out there in open space, they respawn in line of sight, and they don't hide from you. And then the scuttles and, you know, the little fuckers, they also just kind of run towards you. So, stress-free. Bar forms, that's the name. Best farm other than DLC and Chaos? Is that a question or a statement, Pointy Toes?
And death is your reward.
Because there's no reason to farm anything outside of DLCs or Chaos Chambers unless you like loading screens. Save quit farming a single enemy has always been and will always be the most dull possible way of acquiring things in a landscape. It's just, it sucks. It's not interesting, you're barely playing the game. And in many cases, it's only one way of acquiring something. So, I guess my answer to you would be no. Keep in mind that is my subjective opinion. For every one of me, you'll probably see 2 people out there being like, game ruined, because I don't enjoy killing, you know, random skeleton number 3000 for a chance at a drop during playthrough for arbitrary reasons that I've decided are the game's fault and not my own shifting preferences. You know, it's subjective. But I prefer farms like this because they're gameplay heavy. I've been playing the game the entire hour here. And while I've been playing, I've been thinking about how to optimize this farm even further. Bob the Bandit and Melvin. Yes. Alright, coming in on timer stop here. Okay, an hour. I will not kill anything else unless they die to existing dots that are here. Which this one might. Okay, it did. I'm gonna have to kill one to get up. But alright. Now I'm gonna pick up all of these souls. That's a juicy sound. Oh, looks like we broke the goal. Definitely broke that goal. Yeah, let's look at the loot. Spellblade. A lot of cosmetics here. Excuse me. Cool, what do we got? 2,664. 2,664 in an hour. So I'd say that's pretty efficient. I agree with you, but having dedicated drops as an option would be nice. Then why are you arguing? Because they're in the game. Dedicated drops are an option, Struggle Bus. I agree with you, but no, there's no but here. You either agree with me or you don't, because dedicated drop farming is an option in this game. There are even dedicated only farms, such as the Boreas Breath, such as the Swordorang. There's no but, they're there. Anybody tested Double Knot with Throwable Holes Explosion? It is a thing, I can confirm. Let's pay out this prediction. So, we broke 2,500. There you go. There aren't deady sources for all weapons? Yeah. And? That's not a new thing. Just like how there are Dedi-only sources for a couple things, there are some things that can't be Dedi farmed. That is called encouraging the player to do multiple activities. Cool, so now I'm not even going to complete. I'm going to save quit out here, so we can get back to Dreamvale. I'm not trying to argue, prefer your farm method, just saying some people like Dedi farming, and they can do it. That is the thing. They can do it. It is not about there not being Dedi farming. That is misinformation. Dedi farming exists. It is here. You can do it. And guess what? If you're after one particular item, it is still most efficient to dedicated farm. That is the math. That is the numbers. That is the reality. If you're after one particular item out of anything in this game, if it has a dedicated source, the most efficient way of getting that item is to dedicated farm. Here, right now, in Wonderlands on June 27, 2022. That's the facts. It's true. People whining as if dedicated farming is dead or doesn't exist, they're lying to you. Farm the snakes in DLC 1 while you're doing that run, got around 2,400 out of that room. That's pretty good, Gage. That's pretty good. Do you wish they'd shorten the wheel animation? Me too, Flight. That would be nice. How's it going? Had some good updates to Wonderlands recently. This last patch was exceptionally good. Buffed a lot of underperforming items. Added a bunch of quality of life things. We got a bunch of good playable content, not just from the DLC, but also we got a new Chaos Chamber format. That being the boss rush. It's a really good time to be playing Wonderlands. They added a lot of cool stuff. Hey, Love Struck Bow. This is one of the new items. It summons a duo of bows that shoot at nearby enemies, and those apply crossbolts. So this is not particularly good parts. I won't be picking this one up. I do have a couple others already. But this could be useful. Like, you could do barba load stuff with this, for example. I haven't tried this out with Polymorph, but that sounds entertaining. Did DLC 1 come after a better Cape of Tides? Makes sense, yeah. Each of the DLCs does have a good room for farming. You've got the snakes in the room that Gage mentioned, which clearly is almost as efficient as this. Now, I can take this farm to an even higher peak, so I think this is still going to be the best one. But in the second DLC, you've also got the Pirates farm, which is fairly popular. I found that one slow, though. Well, it's entirely possible I wasn't doing that one right. Double crit damage, not good roll. For this kind of spell, I would probably want an extra charge, if that's possible. I would likely want crit chance as well over crit damage. And the main thing that makes this not a good roll is it's not chaos tiered at all. Keep in mind, I'm on Chaos 50, where the max roll would be Ascended, which would be a level 48 item in terms of stats. And Chaos 50 is much tankier than previous Chaos caps we've had. So having at least Chaos tiered items is going to be important if you're looking for C50 gameplay. And this isn't even chaotic, so it just does not have the stats to warrant me picking it up. Paradigm is trying. Doesn't have mage armor, though. Primordial Pickaxe. But it's a slow one, so 1.6? Pickaxe can get up to 1.9 swing speed. I don't really look at any that don't have that. How you doing, David? Chaotic a barrier to entry, you think, for C50 is 1.5 to be volatile? On a case-by-case basis, you can even make, non-chaotic things work on C50, but something to keep in mind... that's interesting, actually. Something to keep in mind is, generally speaking, previous chaos tiers in this game have been balanced around having 1 to 2 chaos tiers down from what is available. For example, at Chaos 20, it was largely balanced around you having a mix of non-chaotic and chaotic gear. Didn't expect you to have a single volatile with balance there. And it wasn't balanced for that. And then on C35, it was expecting you to have mostly chaotics with maybe some volatiles here and there, with non-chaotics not hurting you too much. Now at C50, I would say we're at the point where, especially considering the HP jump is pretty big. Here, let's look at that, actually. Let me move my timer. So, at C50, enemy HP is 1800. Now, if we go all the way down to 35, it was only plus 1000. So we've gotten plus 800%-ish extra enemy HP from 35 to 50. If we look at the jump between 20 and 35, that's 500%. But the final result is we're looking at 300% versus 1800%. So you gotta be more cognizant of what gear you're running at higher chaos tiers. Proportionally, we are weaker at C50 in terms of player damage output, just in a vacuum, than we were at any previous chaos cap, and this is intentional. The game gets harder as it goes. So I'd say prioritizing chaos tiers matters more now than it ever did before. For getting into C50 content, I would say, realistically, you want to have a mix of volatile and primordial gear. Keep in mind, at C50 here, the chances of volatile and primordial are exactly the same. So you have equal chances of getting these, meaning targeting primordials isn't at all unrealistic. You have almost 15% chance for primordial. It's pretty fair. I'd say mix of volatile primordial for C50. You can get away with a few chaotics here and there. I would really avoid anything that is meant to deal damage being below chaotic, though. Increase how many chaos levels you unlock after a run. Like, they bumped up to 35, each run up to 20 would grade 2 chaos levels. They didn't increase the number max, but they did increase the threshold for that mechanic. So up to 35, you now get that 2 per mechanic rather than up to 20. But it's still only 2 per, and then 35 to 50 is just 1. Show skill tree? Absolutely. Currently, Graveborn down to Morhem's Blessing. We overspec slightly to get that extra point in Lord of Edges and that last point in Stand of the Soul. And then the rest went into Spellshot Tree to get down to high threat count. Maxing Font of Mana and Spell Sniper, as pure spellcaster builds just kind of tend to do. We have Glass Cannon and Mage Armor here. Now, this is not a keep ward empty at all costs build, and you'll probably notice fewer of those at C50 because enemies hit so much harder. I highly advise my spell shot friends out there, if you're not doing Mage Armor, I really recommend you doing it. Because, think about it, every time you get a stack of Spell Weaving, getting 10% of your ward back, that is enough on its own to fight off the effects of some chip damage sources that could really prove to be problematic. For example, dots. You could just keep reloading and casting spells to fight dots, especially fire dots, because those do more to your flesh than your wards. So just keeping the ward up there does a lot. You can use it to fight off things like the Sandstorm in the Bunny Tog fight. You could stop it from hurting you at all that way. Just fighting chip damage, Mage Armor is very, very nice. And I see a lot of spell shots neglecting it, so Mage Armor is your friend. No Blast Gasp? I have 5 in Blast Gasp. See, 5. Said C35 is balanced for Chaotic, say C50 is balanced for Primordial. Yeah. Nearly every Primordial I picked up has been worse than my Volatiles. Part variance be like. Part variance be like, for sure. I've had Primordials that are about the same in stats as Chaotics. That's how wide the part swing on certain items can get. Does Caustic directly benefit Dark Magic's healing at our damage? No. You know, the higher you go for drop rate, chaotic level decreases. I think the cast level should affect the drop rate of non-cast level gear, if that makes sense. Yeah, I've seen a few arguments for that, please. I think it's fair to advocate for, like, I don't feel like non-chaos tiered stuff should be dropping nearly the frequency it does. Like, every non-fancy loot beam you see in here is non-chaos tier, and there's a few of them. I don't think this should be nearly as common as it is on C50, especially given the stat difference between that and, say, Ascended, and how tanky enemies are on 50. What's cooldown like? Release Sever the Thread. Almost nothing. Head to where you're at now. The area. This is Dreamvale Overlook. This is, you can access it through the overworld. The physical entrance to it is right by the green shrine, the Moolah shrine, which is like the first one you ever stumble across in the overworld. It's right there. It is a DLC area. Paid content. Ooh, Berserker Protagonizer. I'll take that. Might ditch lower parts of Spellshot, to be honest. For a pure spellcaster build, I think going to Graveborn Capstone is optimal. Because you can still get Double Knot through armor, which is what I'm doing. But this way you also get Blast Gasp. You get Ascension, which is the second largest source of spell damage in the entire game, other than Spell Weaving. So, like, why not have both? You can just do that. And you get much more consistency on having Dark Hydras out, without needing to kill ads in, say, boss fights, which is more overall damage. Have we gotten all items? No, because not all items are available.
A weapon.
There's still an item that comes out with week 2, an item that comes out with week 3, and an item that comes out with week 4.
Can I spin again?
The wheel of fate has spoken.
Hasn't stopped people from going around using and spoiling people on those items, because they're not very considerate, but yeah. I'm gonna save quit here to clear the ground. Buffmeister useful in your build? No. Because Buffmeister doesn't deal damage. This is a build around dealing damage with spells. So, like, sure, turn on a Buffmeister, and then what? Stand there with a buff to no damage outlets? Also, I don't like Buffmeister. It is entirely too central to people's thought process. Exactly what you did there, Seth, is exactly the problem. Because people look at, hey, how can I fit Buffmeister into this build? Not, hey, what am I trying to do with this build? It's too pervasive in the player base's mind. Like, it's just big number. It doesn't create build interactions. It doesn't do anything interesting. It is just big number at the expense of your creativity. That is not a worthwhile trade to me. Buffmeister makes you a worse builder. Simple as that. So, I don't use it, and I do not advocate for it. Shield using? Body Rune. You'll probably see a lot of people shifting towards Body Rune if they weren't using it already. Because it just does a lot. It's extra damage, it's good tank, like it's got a pretty respectable capacity. Slow recharge rate and long delay, so you'd want alternative means of getting it back, such as mage armor. But it also, it heals you as well. Body Rune just does a lot. It's not okay to use it ever? I didn't say that at all. I said I personally do not find it interesting or gameplay changing at all. And in the situations where it is beneficial to a build, I find it is entirely too impactful. It replaces the need to optimize in other categories, and I'm just not okay with that. I don't personally like it, or enjoy it, or want it in any of my builds. I didn't say you can't use it. At the end of the day, it's a video game. Personal enjoyment, you know? But I do think the existence of the Buffmeister in its current state is just unhealthy for the game and the community. It makes you a worse builder. If you are okay with subjecting yourself to that influence, by all means, use it. But it builds bad habits and skews your perception of how things should be balanced in a game like this, where the entire multi-class system and the gear system is built around player choice, right? But if one choice completely smacks every other choice and makes people not think of any of those other choices or build around any of those other choices, you know, it's not really a choice anymore. So wish they would change it so just buff move speed and reload speed. They can just divide it up into 7 or 8 different spells. That's the number of effects it has. And then people would have to choose which massive buff they want from their spell slot for their build.
I knew you'd get a new amulet.
Stab-up protagonizer.
Do I wear this on my
That's
neck,
useless.
Or the things you can't see.
Stabomancer doesn't have any access to ability damage.
Imaginable.
That's the worst possible class power on a protagonizer. Using Soak mechanic in your build, Body Rune seems a bit counterintuitive. You still use it with Soak? Yes. Reason being, name me another ward that heals you for 15% on kill. How does Protagonizer work? So it looks at how many points you have in Attunement, which is one of the hero stats, and then it gives you, based on Chaos Tier, this does scale with Chaos Tier, at non-chaotic, I think it's 2% and 1%. So it goes up by 0.2% per point per Chaos Tier, which is huge, by the way. The difference between a non-chaotic and an Ascended Protagonizer is fucking enormous. But it increases your ability, crit chance, and damage based on your attunement investment. This is going to be very noteworthy for the few things in this game that are damage source ability that don't have much oomph behind them. So think things like Storm Smite. Think things like the Cleansing Flames Nova, Feral Surge, Dire Sacrifice, Blizzard, Barrage. Those are all things that would benefit from that. The full Ascended gear now, I hope you enjoyed your save editing. Thoughts on Mind Rune for Soak mechanic? Don't. Mind Rune does not scale its damage based off of anything else you do. It is an instance of damage that does not get much to boost it. Mind Rune does so little damage that it's not even relevant during a playthrough, much less at C50 endgame. Mind Rune is bad. Who needs healing from a shield when Dark Magic heals by dealing damage? Well, the thing is, Dark Magic doesn't heal by dealing damage in most instances, Jenga. Dark Magic from guns, sure. If you do the necessary amount of damage to get a heal back, that'll heal you. But Dark Magic on guns is the worst damage dealing element. Just flat out, you will be dealing the least damage in almost every scenario by using Dark Magic. And Dark Magic from melee and spells does not function as advertised, and the amount of damage you have to do to actually get that heal threshold, with specifically melee and spells, is higher than the HP of most enemies, period. So this idea that it heals you, in theory, sure, in practice, it doesn't. Heal with Dark Magic gun damage? Okay. And you only need that healing because you've accepted the idea of doing less damage, when you could just kill the enemy and use something that also gives you more damage and also heals you. So you can enjoy Dark Magic healing. Sure, you can integrate it into a build as another layer of survivability, but implying that it's at all better than something that gives you more damage and heals you and protects you and is easier to fit into a large number of builds, that's just not the truth. Remember, there's a difference between I like and this thing is good. Dark Magic healing is not even a top 3 survivability method in this game. And if you were trying to do it with anything other than guns, it is simply not doing what you think it is. Still take damage when you absorb or reflect? Yes. On reflect, yes. On absorb, no. Absorb, you don't take the damage, unless it applies a dot to you. Petty Tantrum. Only chaotic, though. Pick it up anyway. Top 1 is move speed? True. Dark Magic is balanced? Yes, I would like it to be bug fixed on melee and spells. I'm not saying it needs to be better, just maybe function as advertised. But it is also nowhere near as impactful as you were making it out to be. Not saying it needs to be either. What about Greyborn action skills? What about them? Ooh, that's a pretty decent Deathless. Deathless with Mage Armor. Area damage, all damage. That's really good. Don't they do Dark Magic? So do they not heal? Those heal fine. They're not guns or melee weapons. And I'd say those are a special case because those are, much like the better Dark Magic guns, such as this throwable hole I'm using, your only choice is to do Dark Magic with that. Dark Magic loses when you have other options. When you're using an item or interaction that can only be Dark Magic, that's not relevant. You're using it for the item or interaction. So, yeah, Greyborn action skills, that has no bearing on that. Theorize Caustic could break Dark Magic even more? No. That is not how it works. Dark Magic healing is returned to you from doing damage, and Caustic does not increase your initial instance of damage. It just doesn't do that. It's for dots. Probably gonna be here for a while, huh, chat? I got a lot of souls. On melee crit chance and melee damage. On a poison... What can I do with that? I don't love the skill combo, though. I could stay. Dark magic apply a dot after initial hit. It can. It is an element. It can apply a dot. But note that healing from dots with dark magic is not really a thing either. Think of dark magic healing as a cousin to freezing mechanics. To freeze an enemy, you have to deal, within a window of time, you have to deal a certain percentage of its overall health. Dark magic is exactly the same in that regard. So, like, putting a dot that ticks for 500 damage on an enemy might look like it's healing you, but it isn't. You're getting back, like, 2 HP at a time. I'm gonna save quit again to clear this. Losing 1 mil for any deaths with available lives that used to happen before this patch. Are you in a boss run, Rohith? I've heard that you lose money dying in a boss run. Dark magic efficiency is what helps. What helps, I think. No. Kind of. It's weird. There's dark magic efficiency, and then there's dark magic efficiency. Dark magic's complicated as fuck. Caustic won't benefit dark magic healing, will boost the dots by 20%, 30%, and 30% of almost no damage is still almost no damage, Jenga. I don't know how to tell you this. If you're trying to boost a dot from a dark magic gun as well, Amp is also better for that, because Amp will boost the initial hit, and Amp being not on hit gun damage, it is an on shot mult, means it also boosts the dot applied by that thing. So if you're trying to apply a bigger dot with a dark magic gun, Amp. Not Caustic. Didn't know it was this hard, they just need to rework dark magic. There's just a couple things that should be fixed. Maybe reworded. Taking out chemical dark magic? Why? Though. Like, that means using a dark magic melee weapon, which, okay, you've accepted doing the least amount of damage for an arbitrary reason. Melee weapons also have vampire hilts available, which is better healing than dark magic ever could be. Because my stat was optimized for status damage. Yes, and you would be leaning more in an optimal direction by increasing your damage, which would increase the status damage. Also, Rogue Alchemist is not optimal for status effect damage dealing because dots can crit, so still Village Idiot optimal there. But then again, I swear you heard say the same thing about dark magic efficiency. Yeah, there's dark magic efficiency, and then there's dark magic efficiency. There's the efficiency stat, which will boost this thing here, right? Having dark magic efficiency makes it easier to hit the threshold where an orb will spawn. But there is a second layer, mechanically, to dark magic healing that is determined by other things. Is the short answer. It's complicated. Testing for that is still ongoing. That's how complicated it is. Dark magic is a flat penalty of 10%, 90% versus all enemy types. Yes. And that is less than other elements. I don't understand. Will the archetype make that much of a difference in the long run? No. The more gear you have, the less impact your archetype means. Like, I have 8 strength here from Village Idiot, right? But if I get more crit damage from other sources, like let's say, you know, on rings and stuff here, that gap just starts shrinking more. Background matters the most when you're first gearing up, and then after that it's kind of like, whatever. So questioning dexterity for the extra crit chance seems so minuscule. It is. It is very tiny. In this case, I'm taking dexterity here because there's not a more relevant option to me. Spell cooldown wouldn't do much here because that is going to be additive with my other cooldown boosts. Archetype just makes gearing easier, less demanding. Yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment, Jenka. Crit damage is great here. Crit damage is just gonna be good. But the only other things relevant to me here would be spell cooldown, which I already have a lot, and status damage, which I'm still able to nearly max with the remainder of my points after maxing out dexterity. Dexterity means more crit chance for double knot, and my spell itself, and my dots. So, like, it's just better here. But depending on your particular build, that can skew in a number of different directions. I guess I'd take this Stab-O-Matic. I still have not gotten a Stab-O-Matic higher than Chaotic. It's kind of annoying. Blue ring is that? That's the Insight ring. It's from a side quest in Sunfang Oasis. Any thoughts on ideal rings for Barbara? Melee. Melee stuff. Would have said Constitution, only way to kind of match damage increase from Chaos levels. Constitution helps, but it does cause some issues. For example, the bigger your health bar is, the longer it takes to fill it. I suppose we'll explain it that way. So, like, proportionally, you'll still be healing at the same rate, as long as you don't have any flat heals or anything. But it still takes longer to be full. I would honestly, in this build, it would be better for me to go down to nothing, die, and get back up. Because then I get my full health faster. I get my wards back faster, because you get up with full wards and a portion of your health. And this enchant wants me to be full. So it's better to have a small health bar that I can just fill. And especially because I am, I do have mage armor being supplemented here. Now, on the other side of that coin, Constitution does make mage armor more present, because having that bigger ward, we return a larger percentage of that ward. So there's situations where I would say Constitution is beneficial, but in this particular build, for my current choice of spells, I don't think it's worthwhile. Now, if I wasn't using Inflammation, because Inflammation's a status effect, if I wasn't doing that, then probably would just move these to Constitution instead, but I am using Inflammation, so. Melee crit chance and melee damage. Try that. Barbalode's damage is what? Gun? Pretty sure it's gun. I mean, which legendary ring? I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory, son. Fingertip Pulse is always going to be active if you're doing Deathless. If you're not doing Deathless, then I don't know. Whatever. Shark's Bane's an option if you're okay with giving up that third passive slot. I actually shoot guns on that build, so shell casing isn't relevant. When is Blank Slate not a meme? When you're gearing up. If you get ability +2 with all damage 40%, this is fine for gearing up if you're using something like Barrage or Storm Smite for a damage. But once you've got an established build, it's just kind of not worth. How does Chaos 50 affect build diversity? You're going to want to prioritize survivability a little more than you were in a lot of builds. So super flimsy builds in terms of tank might have some trouble. Things that were barely holding on damage-wise, like Storm Dragon's Judgment, for example, those might not feel great.
happens to everyone in certain.
But generally speaking, if a build felt very, very good to you on C35, it will still feel very, very good to you on C50. If your build struggled at C35, it will not feel good on C50.
Do you do returns
That's
or
gross.
exchanges?
Chaotic Love Struck Bow, but not good parts. Status chance, I don't care about that. What does ability plus 2 mean? 100% ability crit chance, and is it also 100% ability crit damage? It's ability crit chance, and no, it's 100% ability damage and 100% ability crit chance. That's what it is. So, ability damage is a decent stat to get, but like you can also get that as a regular roll on like one of these armors. It's just the fact that it's before Protagonizer was the largest ability crit chance boost in the game. Now you have Protagonizer, so I think that pulled some of the appeal away from Blank Slate, because now you'll just want a proper armor. Even if you have the Season Pass, you still have to purchase this content. Season Pass is this content. If you have the Season Pass, you own this, where I am. You have it. Save quit again. Don't have access to it for some reason. Check your internet connection. I've been told that you can't load into it if you don't have an active connection when you boot the game. I don't have any first-hand experience with that, but that's what I've been told. The Hydras from Snakestick also get Echo? No. They do not stack up Echo, and they do not trigger it. How do you feel about enemy health and damage scaling? You think there's a problem? Seems like a lot of people are really struggling. If you're struggling with enemy health, that is a build issue. If you're struggling with enemy damage, that is understandable, because enemies do hit very, very hard. There is no problem with enemy health at all, whatsoever. People running around saying, hey, pixies are the only meta option available. Yeah, they're just not willing to confront the fact that their builds aren't cut out for it. It is a player building issue. The first 2 builds I brought through, the C35 to 50 climb, I was able to efficiently clear C50 without any gear upgrades at all. The big thing though, enemy damage. It's a lot higher. So survivability is definitely more of a concern. There's going to be attacks that you could face tank before that you can't now. And I think I missed something earlier. Hang on. Ghost Girl Cam, thank you for the 2 months. I totally spaced out and missed that. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're still here. Thank you so much. 6 minutes ago. And Stuff Beaver, thank you for the 1 year. I appreciate it. Does ability damage affect utility action skills? No. No. No interaction there. Because of this, Stabomancer has absolutely 0 ways in skill tree to do ability damage. That's something to keep in mind. And despite Dreadwind scaling with ability damage, it is not damage source ability, it is damage source melee. So, keep that stuff in mind. Probably when people staring at loot amidst the fight, like baby on tickling keychains, they complain about being mauled. True. Many people complain about C50, just copy and paste from Diablo 3 endgame system. You don't need to reach the highest tier in order to enjoy the endgame. It's meant to be hard. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. You do not need to climb to 50 if you don't want to. If you have a build that ceases to function on the highest of difficulty levels, because, you know, there's 50 before including your in-menu difficulty level, before including getting curses in your Chaos run, like, you don't have to be there. It's all elective. There's no content locked behind a certain tier. So I think that's a good comparison to make with Diablo. Because it's just like that. Like, you'll have builds that can push, you know, Greater Rift 120 plus. Then you'll have builds that can't. But you might enjoy those builds. You can still just hang out on, like, Torment 16 doing regular rifts. You can still push greater rifts up into like the 90s. Like, you can still do content appropriate for that build. You do not have to be max efficiency with every single build on the max difficulty. That's just not how elective difficulty works. It's a good comparison. It's a good first chat message. So what, 150 difficulty tiers? Yeah, before curses. Well, technically, if you include 0 there on the 3 difficulties, it's 153 before curses. Cat. Hi, cat. Trap Scowling using Stab-O-Matic and Spellblade. Should I boost melee? Or mix Spell, Gun, and melee? Just boost melee. Ooh, Volatile Petty Tantrum. With Ancient. That's nice. How many souls do we have left? We still have so many. We've spent half of our souls. Like Chaos 15, can't move forward but grinding out to get better gear. I recommend you drop your Chaos level a little bit from there. Drop your Chaos level to a point where you can efficiently farm. Especially in those brackets where you're not at, like, a threshold. Pointy toes. For example, here, I'll use this menu. This is a great visual aid for this. I'll go all the way down to where you are. Okay, here at 20, you've got that 1.4% chance for volatile, right? But at all points 1 through 19, volatile is 0. It just affects the chaotic chance. So if you're on 15 and you're still struggling to get gear, you've got that 24% chance of chaotic. You only lose less than 1% going down to 14 from 15. But enemies have 30%-ish, 29% less HP. And they do 4% less damage at 14. You drop it down to 13. You've only lost 3% chance for chaotic gear, but you've made it a lot easier for yourself. If you can get an entire extra like run in without stress due to just dropping your tier a little bit without meaningfully affecting your ability to gear up, then like by all means do so. You don't need to be on the highest you have unlocked. I don't know about an item from a new DLC. If it's a week 1 item, you can talk about it, Rohith. If it is a week 1 item. If it is not a week 1 item, I would rather you keep it out of chat. Hey, Sybil, how you doing? Taking you longer to spend the souls than earn them? Yeah. Yep. Got a C50 last night, but I found that some of the side achievements, like finish enemies with the rings, just could not do. Yeah, certain things are just going to be, like, good luck. Like, protecting a butt stallion statue. I don't see that happening now. I really don't. In most cases, you will not protect butt stallion after you've eluded a few rooms. It's just not going to happen. Just want to ask about it? Yeah, go ahead. What do you mean by week 1 items? So, with the DLCs, more items become available with more forms of the bosses. We are only on week 1. Week 2 is not officially out until Thursday. That has not stopped some people from bypassing the system and acquiring the other gear before we're supposed to have it. And I would like to keep my chat and content spoiler-free from that stuff until it's officially available. So almost all the items are available week 1, but there is one that unlocks with week 2, there is one that unlocks with week 3, and there is one that unlocks with week 4. Might be 2 for week 3, actually, I don't remember. Petty Tantrum, a little hesitant to use it because not sure of the mechanic. Are you good on Frost Shiver? Think of it as like a cousin to Salt and Battery. Every so often you hit with it, and it creates more damage in an area. That counts as melee. Pretty straightforward, mechanically. Quad bow good for any case? It applies crossbolts pretty quickly. Wheel shouldn't spit out blues so much. They literally buffed the chances of higher rarities in this patch, Irish. Please read patch notes. Additionally, luck is still luck. It is still luck. Also, I don't know if this is so much blues, because if I'm looking at this pile, this is barely any. DLC 3 items and bunnies? No. For DLC 2 and 3, you need to defeat Form 4 of the boss before they go into the World Drop Pool and bunnies. But if I wanted even fewer blues on average here, I would increase my loot luck more. I just have the base loot luck for what a character with all shrines and dice has, which is 50,000. I could wear loot luck amulet, loot luck ward enchant for additional, you know, consistency. But at the end of the day, RNG is RNG. There you go. I'll equip this loot luck amulet if it makes you feel better. Think the wheel's great now? Definitely much improved. I'd like the animation to be faster, as a few people mentioned, but what's your opinion about Stab-O-Matic? I wish they hadn't put it in this game. But I think that people saying it is the only way of doing melee are exaggerating. Some of those are, you know, just ripping about it. But there's some people running around saying melee build diversity completely dead. No, there's even melee builds that don't want a Stab-O-Matic. It's just another tool in the toolbox. It's very over-tuned with investment, but it is just another tool in the toolbox. Just another way to play.
Did I make the cosmos? The stars?
I would say it's less game-defining than the Borderlands 3 Face Puncher. Notice Epic mentioned that his Deathclaw V2 build was one-shotting raids. Now in C50 that build struggles kill raids even with the new Stab-O-Matic for that melee build. No idea about why that build no longer reformed. I mean, you gotta re-gear. Massive increase in enemy HP. Massive. Also massive increase in enemy damage, which can make it harder for you to apply your damage. Also, the difficulty level's been out for like 4 days. I think we should adjust some. I mean, this build I'm running right now, without changing any gear, went from I could 2-shot Bunny with a spell to now it takes me like 4 to 5. But that's still, like, good. And that's without re-gearing. You can always re-gear. Gun damage, gun crit chance, missing health regen, ascended, 3 magic bullets. Yeah, that's worth picking up. Save quit again. Need to clear the floor. Rather hold a live wire. It's one of many options. You could hold a live wire, you could shoot a Stab-O-Matic, you could use melee crossbolts, you could hold a 40% blade weapon. You got lots of choices.
It would seem you're not done here. Dear life.
I really like the Ragnarok because the melee weapon does force me to actually go and hug enemies so they can hug me back. In concept, Ragnarok's cool. I really would love to see it get more damage, though. Because in terms of dealing damage, it's just so far behind most of the other melee weapons. Ragnarok and Pincushion, I would love to see get huge damage buffs. Not huge, but like substantial. Maybe Fatebreaker gets a small one as well. That's my personal wish list for melee balancing. Instead of struggle with enemies knocking them out. Okay, yeah, there you go. Enemy damage. So I do agree enemy damage can be a bit much right now. I don't think it needs to stay where it is, but I think there are tools to make yourself tankier that people should explore before coming to that conclusion immediately. Hey, Zen.
I got a Ragnarok for your pincushion right here.
Can I test out your hilt mod? Zen, thank you for the 16 months. Good to see you. How you doing?
Use that to go and collect more lost souls.
Can I spin again?
The Wheel of Fate.
The only scented melee weapon I found after about 100k crystals so far is a Ragnarok. I'm sorry, Jester. That's rough. I got my first Primordial Banshee yesterday. I mean, Ascended exists now, but I got it. Always use a hilt mod. I don't get it. Is Ragnarok bad? It's got low damage. Ragnarok has the mechanical advantage of it is capable of applying melee damage from range, but there are other melee things that do that, and also do more damage. If you compare Ragnarok in terms of effectiveness to other melee weapons, it is on the very, very low end. For example, the Banshee does much, much, much more damage, and if you impact an enemy, it spawns ranged melee projectiles. So, as long as you were able to impact an enemy, which is easier with the greater reach from a greatsword, Banshee can fill the Ragnarok's role.
You've got a ring. Kind of a quiet one, though, don't you think?
If you're trying to deal melee damage from range, Snake Stick Hydras can do that. Shooting a Sabomatic can do that. Using a Ghost Blade can do that. Using Executioner's Blade can do that. There's lots of ways to do melee from range, and Ragnarok does not justify its method with damage. At least not on the higher Chaos tiers. This has been the case since C35. I didn't really give it the time of day at C20, but anything that was struggling on C35 will be not doing so well on C50. Keep in mind. Banshee projectiles proc with marshmallows. Could be a neat spell for improving consistency. I haven't tried that, Mac. Let me know. I'm actually curious about that. But most things don't seem to happen off of marshmallow. Like, Livewire and Fragment Rain seem the exception to the rule there, where most ricochets of any kind don't work off of marshmallow, but those two do. Livewire is another melee from range, yeah.
Life out of someone.
Shiny ring.
There's a good thumb cuffs.
Blinding almost.
I'll take that.
Keep it away from me, then.
I've been picking up a lot of stuff. Something I want to do, maybe we farm towards this goal today, is, I want to get a bunch of great bows, and we could try to get some ascended great bows.
I need my vision.
Maybe we do some chamber runs and hit the sniper bunny. Good, just getting up, really? Glad you're doing well. Suffer streams damn near guarantee? Yeah. I gotta start planning activities. Is that about it? Really like the idea of Ragnarok? Yeah, it just needs damage. It's one of those few cases where it's mechanically fine, just like number go up would fix the problem. Number go up. That's all I gotta do for Ragnarok. Climb with any builds off stream? Not yet. Still just have the 2 to 50. In terms of off-stream gameplay I've done the last couple days, before stream today on this character, I went and I grabbed the rest of my shrines. This week I'll probably go grab marbles and just the other challenge buffs. Previously on this character, I wasn't grabbing all of those because it felt way too strong already at C20 and then subsequently C35. But now with C50, enemies feel like they have enough health where I can justify that to myself. Especially because I'm still keeping my self-imposed myth rank cap in place. So, I no longer feel like I'm cheating by having those buffs on this character. Other characters, I advocate for having the buffs, but, you know, spell shot built different. Should discussion help me? Hey, I'm glad. Doing a meeting, gonna take out Imelda. Best of luck with that.
Here's your ward. I hope it helps or hurts someone or whatever.
Award's better than nothing.
Early imaginings of the wheel required blood payment, and often cursed heroes for eternity. I'd cut you now to test it, but I'm charmingly aloof, not sadistic.
No small endeavor to get all those feats. You have to do a fair number of side quests. Yeah. It's a bit easier nowadays, because you don't have to refarm the dice on every character. So that's cool. But you do have to go through a lot to get, you know, the poetry in particular is a troublesome one. It's not too bad to get the obelisks, but the poetry and the marbles take so long. Put some stuff in my bank and then save quit again. Fix the dice thing? Yeah, about 2 months ago. About 2 months ago. So dice are now account-wide. If you've gotten all of your dice on any of your characters, your whole account has all dice unlocked permanently. Help me build Deadshot Spellcaster build. Like the one I'm playing, Prince of War?
Drive me from this place.
What's your Mithril cap? 480 is my self-imposed. Which is 20 in all of the uncapped.
Dreams, time, even life
So, you see, at 717 I have 237 unspent, which maths out to 480. Really pissed, a few weeks back, my C35 Berserker got deleted in my house, lost powers, playing the game at the time. So close to being completely done. Poetry pays the obelisk. I'm sorry that happened, Bubba. Hope they consider making those account-wide too. I don't know if I really want that, personally, J-Bridge, because even just making dice account-wide has made the world feel a little bit empty in a playthrough. I don't think any more than that's necessary, because it's not integral things like, will you get legendary drops? It's just like a little bit of a stat boost here and there. So I don't think I would advocate for it personally, but that's just personal preference. Boosting double knot through armor? Yeah. Still working on Clawgrave? Very much back burner. Very much back burner. Found that of souls that took a while? Yeah. Right, Marshmallow does not proc Banshee projectiles? That makes sense. Yeah, so it's seeming like Fragment Rain and Livewire are just weird exceptions to Marshmallow's logic. For Spellshot's strongest skills, Double Knot, Mage Armor, Glass Cannon, High Thread Count. Spellweaving is like the strongest one and it's free. Sever the Thread can be very impactful. Extra projectile, 2 radius parts. That could be interesting. Magic bullets. It'd be easier to list what's not particularly strong on Spellshot, and that'd be like, Warcaster is very situational, but still useful. Imbued weapons on the weaker side. 1 slot 1 kill is honestly not great. Like, it's the highest amount of gun damage you can get from a skill point, but it requires a bit of an overspec in Spellshot tree past where like a pure spellcaster build's going here. Like I'm max Greyboard Capstone. I'm not even in this tier. And then gun damage is also the easiest stat in the game to get. You just, for reference, an Ascended Sharksbane is over 50% gun damage, just on a ring. It's a pretty easy stat to get. So 1 slot 1 kill is like cool, but eh. But there's no bad skills in Spellshot. There's no bad skills. There's, at worst, skills that aren't relevant to your current build. Matter the element of gun for Double Knot? Yes. Double Knot takes the element of the gun you're holding. So, Yeah, it matters. This is the first part of stream where G did the farm and haven't done DLC 3 yet. Did all these souls come from DLC 2 or 3? We did DLC 3, New Mexico. We did a particular part of DLC 3 for an hour, and we got 2,600 and change souls from 1 hour of farming. Like, it's still with Imbued Weapon and a Fire Spell, good Black Powder Shotgun, you can go do a Hellwalker game. Yeah, it's still a useful skill, it's just not particularly great, especially for its placement in the tree. But that doesn't mean it's without use. Like, Executioner's Blade, I maintain is one of the weaker capstones, but it is not without use, and you can still build around it to great effect.
A spell. Oh, I'm over those. Which is better than being under them.
Do you do returns or exchanges?
How? Keeping it spoiler-free for New Mexico, there is a particular room where you have an objective, but enemies spawn infinitely if you do not do that objective. So I hang out right by the entrance to that room and just kill enemies for an hour. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Just completed the game last week, now I'm trying to grind through the chaos levels. How's that treating you so far, Beers and Buds? Burn it. Safe quit again for space. Hyperion shotgun. Surely you love that gun. Don't call me Shirley.
No fiend shall shake me to my boots.
Sorry, I mean Heck Jogger. Heck Waiter is sick. I know that's not what you're talking about, but it reminded me of it. Hey Peric, how you doing? Good to see you. All together now. Does that belong in your Flak Homage character? How dare you? Stop being accurate. Burned my Primordial one and I got an Ascended version for it. Ascended Stab-O-Matic, that's gotta be crazy, huh? Ooh, okay. Okay, so this one is available. Okay, so Greed Warden deals bonus damage based on the fullness of your ward. While your ward is full, increases your move speed by 15%. So Greed Warden is pretty cool because it's another melee weapon that does something passively for you. You get that movement speed just for having it equipped, by the way, if your ward is full. So like, if you don't know what to do with your ward slot, just like throw that on there. You can go new. This does apply to the Stab-O-Matic. If someone's gonna ask, yes, it does. There an airplane reference? Probably somewhere. Question I asked myself and couldn't answer: is Stab-O-Matic relatively more powerful in Wonderlands than Face Puncher in Borderlands 3? I think that's a question that you gotta narrow it down a lot for, Priz. Because obviously we have things like Warp Paradigm, Buffmeister, Magic Bullets that take it up to a level where it's like punch-bot levels of gross, right? But in terms of like, in a lot of scenarios, Face Puncher was just a better gun than a gun in BL3 because it was gun and melee. Stab-O-Matic in this game, it's not a gun. It doesn't get gun damage. It's just melee. Now, it gets magic bullets because it's still bullets, but it doesn't get gun damage. So, I think because of that, if you were to try to make that comparison, I do think Face Puncher was more problematic. As much as I don't want Stab-O-Matic to do what it does, I think Face Puncher was more problematic. Spells you rockin', Inflammation in this hand, and Laser Hand in this hand. Get Shark Lesson? No. Shark Lesson is your melee attacks. Card damage matter? Yeah, it still goes off its card damage. Okay, we finally burned through all the souls. So, I want to do some great bow farming now. Let me update my title. Got a Tumbo way to get an endgame? It's decent. It's, if you like black powder weapons, it's definitely good vibes there. You can stack a bunch of crit chance or run like from the shadows, and you can ricochet a lot of enemies with it. As long as you're not opposed to annoying screen shake, yeah, Catatumbo's good. This is first PLC that released bonus world drops after the wheel. I don't know what you're asking with that, Denalio. You might need to rephrase that. I'll leave up in my title. We're gonna do some Chaos Chamber. I know you say it matters, but level 1 Stab-O-Matic main build 1. That's the thing. I don't know if there's any interactions that that would do the thing off that. Like, you'd be better off using a level 1 regular gun for a level 1 meme build, because that could still trigger Executioner's Blade, and Executioner's Blade doesn't care about your gun's damage. But Stab-O-Matic, its damage is determined by its level, so like, even things like Alchemical Agent that trigger off of it, well, that depends on how much damage you did. If they hadn't fixed Contagion, then yeah, level 1 Stab-O-Matic would have done some shit with that. Because think about it, 14 Alchemical Agents per shot, like, question mark? That would have been silly. But nope. Buffmeister would be enough. I know that kind of cheats. I mean, it's Buffmeister. I don't want to do that. Give me a good Ascended Purple Black Powder Shoddy, better than the rest? Yeah. Ooh. I never got a Primordial Boilermaker with the good stats. I did end up getting that Kettle Drum. But an Ascended Kettle Drum, I gotta test that out.
And death is your reward.
Like Stab-O-Matics from DLC 3 isn't one of the drops from Fyodor in any of the difficulties. I don't know what Fyodor himself drops, because imagine getting drops from a DLC boss. But to answer your question, no, this is not the first time they've done something like that, because Chums did not drop all the items when he first came out, but doing Chums once was enough to add all of the DLC 1 items to your pool. So, no, this isn't the first time. You enjoying it? Yeah, I'm enjoying it, Zaki. I think it's really well done. Oh, we got Fyodor. Okay. Anyone who doesn't want DLC 3 boss spoilers, this is the boss. Like, be aware. Do I have guns for this? Kind of. Something to note is outgoing damage on this fight is pretty relevant. You get hit by one of these traps, it's gonna hurt. And the longer you go in this fight, the more of them activate. Ouchies. Ouchies. Doing this fight with a roguelite on would be so tense. Isn't it kind of like roguelite? No, I mean the modifier that makes it so you don't get a save your soul timer. Like, I can go down right now and be fine, but if I had that on, then no. It would mean that with some builds, getting hit by anything in the bullet hell sections would just be death. So it'd be like a no-hit one. And that'd be fun. This flamethrower in particular, that thing, that hits real hard. You don't want to get touched by that. Like the arena neat fight? Yeah, it's super cool. And like the mechanics increase as you do the fight. This is just form 1 of the boss. I would have been content with this as form 4. But no, this is just the first version of this boss. Like, it's gonna change. I'm so excited. This is easily the best of the DLC bosses that they've designed so far. Easily. It's not close. There we go. This is how you do immune phases, right? I agree. And we got a drop. Ooh. Ooh. Inferior Fealty Oath. Why is that 30% gun damage? At non-chaotic. Why is that a thing?
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Peric, thank you for taking care of Necromancer Gage. I appreciate it. 13 times in the channel. Thank you for being a great friend, great support to the community, and thank you for taking care of Gage. But, like, whew. I didn't know those could do the Sharksbane thing. That's kind of terrifying. Also rolled really good stats at the bottom. Like, crit chance, crit damage, please. What'd that do to Pixies? A lot, Dave. A lot. Gotta go have a nice farm. Take it easy, Emily. You have a good one. Primary always gun damage? Yeah. Looks like the passives and loyalty rings are fixed. Got 3 tier ones, they always have the same passives. I don't think they're fixed. I've gotten Skulldugger ones with different substats. See? This one has crit damage, shots to break. This one has reload speed, crit damage. It pulls from a pool of like 3 or 4 different stats, so there's not much variance, but there is variance. But yeah, they're always gun damage. However, either they can double roll the gun damage, or some manufacturers get more. I don't know, because these Skulldugger ones have 15%. This Furrier one has 30. I've only gotten one Furrier one ever, so. Hey, Pupty, how you doing? Pixies get that Furrier gun damage, considering their spell damage. Gun damage get boosted by spell damage. So Fear Not Pixies are spell, but Whatnot Pixies are guns. Locosius. So, different guns get different things. Tired but good, how are you? Tired but good.
More meat for the grinder. With me again.
Whatnot, Fear Not, Time to See. Translate those, see what they are. Fear Not is the one with the crossbow barrel that can roll pixies. Whatnot is the other one, the non-crossbow one, that can get pixies. Tank's throwable hole. Good chunk of damage. I actually like Troll's laser hand, so he's gonna hit those big, slow, fleshy faces. Yeah, laser hand is just I really like the gameplay loop of it. Rewards precision, but still lets you use it often. Is capable of hitting multiple targets with good positioning, good flavor. Strong, but not, like, ridiculous.
Worms won't go hungry tonight. Enough to mess with me.
Picked up that Dark Pool weapon you're using yesterday, was sure the best way to make use of it. So the cool thing about this one, Murphy's Law, welcome in, by the way, is it does a bunch of weird stuff. First thing it does, when you throw it on the ground, it makes a little hole. But if you throw a second one into that, it gets way bigger. So it gets bigger radius, more damage, etc., etc. And from then on, after the second one, you can throw additional ones into the edge of that one to kind of scoot it over a little bit. So if you want to reposition it and extend the duration, you can keep throwing more into it. Otherwise, you can have 2 different holes active at once independently, and whenever the duration of one expires, it makes a big explosion. Now, while the hole is active, it pulls enemies in, so that's good for crowd control, and the ticks of the puddle do gun damage, but the explosion that happens deals spell damage. So it's really good on spellcaster builds like this one, and it triggers things that happen from dealing spell damage, such as Double Knot, such as Blast Gasp. So it's a really good spellcaster weapon. And because I'm reloading frequently to throw the puddles, I'm triggering things like Mage Armor from getting Spell Weaving. Morning out of Tomoes. 2 different holes, you say? Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, it's just me throwing my hole. Hey, Bee's Knees, how you doing?
Volley stop.
Game, you okay? Too many particle effects for my game at times. Game is sick of all the talk of holes. Yeah, apparently. Cool. The damage on this thing is crazy. I can't wait to see an Ascended Rain of Arrows. Like, that's gonna be nuts. I too like to throw my hole in everyone's face. Alright, I want to hit amulets too, because getting a primordial amulet with Graveborn power, or not primordial, ascended amulet with Graveborn power would be really nice for my blast gasp damage. Okay, then it launches people across the map. It's funny though. It's not that I've been storing the primordial Wizard's Pipe too long. Been a great gun so far. Wizard's Pipe falls into that category of like dependable. It's not gonna be best at anything over other SMGs, but it is very dependable. I'm running a Fortifying Sigil and an Empowering Sigil with Claw spell, Perma Sigil around kinda. That sounds cool. Sigils are great. Extra charge laser hand, you love to see it. Ascended Barrel Maker with spell charge and crit chance? Excuse me? It's over 9,000! Ah. Slap it on? I gotta use this, right? And it's Dark Magic. Dark Magic is kind of like a strike against it, honestly, Fleece. I would rather it have been literally any other element, but it's Ascended, so I'll take it. Generally speaking, if something can roll Dark Magic and another element, it is better to have it in the other element. Especially with spells, considering Dark Magic healing from spells doesn't quite work. God, are you snoring? What's the most number of bunnies you've hit in a single loot room? I mean, you could hit all of them. I don't know what you mean. Generally, I won't hit too many different ones if I'm going for something specific. Insight Ring for Blast Gasp? Yeah, that's why I'm running it. Quack chat all of them.
You're creepy.
Alright, yeah, let's roll this barrel maker so we can use it. First roll. Alright. Okay, game. I see what you want me to do here. Like... streamer luck. It's real. It exists. Also, why am I wearing this? I was wearing the wrong amulet for that run, chat. I never switched back to my actual... So my Blast Gasp had no class power that run. Funny. I also didn't have that fire damage bonus. Casually doing lots of damage with the wrong gear. Rerolling is easy. Primordial Heckwaiter in the vendor and I'm poor? No. If I wasn't watching this live, I'd say you save edited that. Yeah, it the only thing about it that I would change is the status chance for, like, spell damage part or something, but, like, okay. So I think with 2 spell damage parts, this breaks 10k. Hey, Fan, how you doing? Let's see how this barrel maker does. I think a dead shot with 2 Threads of Fate might be good for proccing Blast Gasp against bosses. The thing with Blast Gasp is, like, even if you trigger it a lot, the damage is still based off of, like, how hard the thing actually hits. So, like, you might get a lot of Blast Gasp, but none of them will be very, like, strong. It's definitely a chunk of damage. I can't even tell how hard that's hitting. Which is, I guess that's a good thing.
That's more lucky as it was foretold. Bad luck and bad choices.
My game does not like what I'm doing to it today, chat. It really is not happy with me. It is not happy with me. Let's see what we got boss-wise. That drill. I hear drill. Cool. No clue what just happened. Me either. Game, are you okay? I don't think my game's okay. I might need to restart it after this run. You know, it was probably the hour of farming souls that it just decided to aliven. FPS in these games, I heard. Did you miss the part where I mentioned it's not quite running as it should? Just hopped on? Yeah, okay. I did a very demanding farm, and I'm using a lot of particle effects and general just game shredding stuff today, so it's in need of a reboot. I'm not being kind to the game today. Welcome in. Gonna dive into the game today. Should I buy it or is it unfinished? The game's receiving constant updates. It's definitely a full game. Like, I wouldn't call it unfinished. There's just more content that's coming. I do recommend it. if you're looking into buying it, going through that link does support me, but also getting the Chaotic Great version of the game, that's the one with Season Pass, through that link you get some extra stuff that you otherwise wouldn't, in case you're interested in that. Over the Chaos Pack. Chaotic Great gives you access to the 4 DLCs for the game. Which the first 2, pretty much look at them as just kind of gear expansions that add a little extra variety to the game's endgame, that being the Chaos Chamber. But the third one, that just came out this past week, has been incredibly well received, has a really awesome boss, has a bunch of cool gear, and also serves the purpose of expanding the Chaos Chamber as well. The fourth one will include another one of those mirror-style content things, but also a 7th playable character class is coming with the fourth one, which we don't know when that'll release, but based on previous update schedules, that's probably about 5 to 6 weeks away. So overall, I'd say the Season Pass is very much worth it if you enjoy, like, a dungeon crawling experience. You like making different builds, trying out different loot, dungeon crawling. Yeah, right up your alley.
Got that going for you. This'll come in handy. Was wondering when this would turn up.
Yeah, this barrel maker's pretty sick.
Teamwork makes the scream twerk.
Huge Diablo fan, so the little come in handy and fun. Yeah, so the endgame of this game is designed a lot more like Diablo than the game that people associate with this most, this being Borderlands. It's very Diablo-like in the endgame. So if you like that, think of Greater Rifts. Diablo 3, Greater Rifts and Nephilim Rifts. It's got that energy to it. Hey, Barude, how you doing? Welcome in.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Can't even tell how much damage that barrel maker does. It's too big. I literally cannot see the number through the explosion.
Magic strike.
Enough to one-shot that.
Right, the big one's finished. Any others?
Yeah, thank you for the 100 bits. And Euroterra, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you in here. This is so sick. Oh, spells in this game are so much fun. If I buy an Epic, can play with Steam friends? Yes. Full cross-platform cross-play. All platforms can play together. So Epic can play with Steam, can play with PlayStation, can play with Xbox. They all play together. Why do so many people struggle with Wastard, Arena Columns, and Higher Floor for a reason? Because they approach it from the perspective of a Borderlands player who's not used to having to do anything against a boss. So the second a boss has, like, learn or die mechanics, or mechanics to enforce DPS checks, Borderlands players don't know what to do. So they complain until it gets nerfed. But Wonderlands, different design philosophy, different balancing philosophy. What percentage of the bosses of this game would you say have learn or die mechanics? Nightmare? So this thing right here, if you don't crouch under this attack, it's going to kill you. Simple as that. So Nightmare has one of those. Drill and Wastard are DPS checks. And they do not insignificant amounts of damage, so if you're not able to do enough DPS to move their health bar, they will eventually, you know, win, just because time is finite. So I'd include them in that category too. But it's not very many of them. Banshee is probably one of those, where if you decide to face tank all of her attacks without learning, you will have a bad time. Technically doable, but you will have a bad time. Bark? Yeah, Bark is like that. You can win a slugfest with Bark, it's gonna take you a while. Theodore. Theodore is learn or die. Yep. Dragonlord? I don't really think Dragonlord fits that bill. Because only one of his attacks kind of works that way. Imelda? Nah, Imelda just sucks. We don't talk about Imelda. Arrowmaker's a little awkward when it just goes all the way off over there. I'd agree with the learn or die. Wastard's fully designed, in my opinion, with the color scheme of the bird being hard to see. I do agree, Dave, that I wish that bird was easier to see. 100% agree on that. If they were to change anything about that fight, I would want it to be that. The bird can be pinged so it's highlighted better. It's sometimes hard to even get a line of sight to ping it. It's just not very visible. Now, the best strats for dealing with the boss involve not having to deal with the bird at all, really, or dealing with the bird in ways you don't really need to have a good line of sight on it. But that doesn't change the fact that it's very hard to see in situations where it is there. Especially once particle effects start going off, as Lands games do. Imelda's the Bruno of Wonderlands. I love the reference. Imelda's the Vorak? Nah, Vorak is actually a high skill curve punishing boss that was designed to hard counter strategies. Whereas Imelda just sucks. I like Veracitus. I do not like Imelda. Okay, my barrel just went through Parasite. That's cool. Does Burr area damage skill work on Luddites? Yes. Yes, it does. What's the best way to kick Wastard's ass? Need some help beating him. Chaos 47-48 beat me last night. Okay, so the way Wastard... Kirk, if you're here, you're going to want to clip this. I'll make a stream marker. So, Wastard. it's a tiered DPS check. You gotta either have the DPS to kill him before the bird matters, or the DPS to kill the bird and then him and win that war of attrition. Now, the bird has a couple weaknesses to certain mechanics. If you use any Stoker Underbarrel or Furrier Chuck and directly hit the bird, it gets one-shot. No damage requirement, just one-shots it. This could be a level 1 item, this could be a level 1 white rarity item with no enchantment, doesn't matter. Sigils shut down his Skull Attack, Wastard Skull Attack, just completely blocks it, as does Strafing from a respectable distance, because it doesn't track you very well, and you can see the projectiles very easily. The Nova Slam attack gets blocked by line of sight, so doing the appropriate thing to counter the appropriate attack is how you deal with Wastard. He does not have a lot of health. He doesn't really hit you very easily. Just countering each individual thing he does is how you deal with that. Let me add a marker there. Laser Hand do anything other than big number? Does it have a gimmick? It pierces enemies. It is one of the spells capable of hitting weak spots, so you get stuff like the Headhunter bonus if you hit the head. Charging it gives it 100% post-add crit, so it doubles your final crit chance if you fully charge it. So after going through formula and stuff, my crit chance right here is 76%. It's gonna double that if I fully charge it. So your build? Absolutely. So, Ambihextrous, Spell Shot down to high thread count. We max out Spell Sniper, max out Font of Mana, max out Magic Bullets, and 1 point each in Mage Armor, Glass Cannon, and a high thread count. Graveborn Tree, we max out Faithful Thralls, take 2 Essence Drain to move down. Max Sanguine Sacrament, take 2 more Essence Drain to move down. Then we max Dark Hydras, 2 more in Stain of the Soul to get to Ascension. And then we put 2 more in Stain of the Soul to get down to this tier. We max out Blast Gasp to get Morhem's Blessing. Then we go back with our leftover 2 skill points and we take Lord of Edges and Stain of the Soul. This is focused around doing spellcasting damage, and the reason why we go down to max out Graveborn Tree rather than going deep Spell Shot Tree is because Blast Gasp is another big outlet of dealing damage, and Morhem's Blessing gives us the ability to activate Dark Hydra and Ascension without killing things. Ascension is the 2nd largest boost to spell damage in the entire game, only second to Spell Weaving. So being able to activate this without killing, just casting, means if we cast a spell that kills an enemy, we get 2 stacks total from that whole thing. So we just get much more consistent damage from going down this far. And I'm getting Double Knot from my armor. In terms of gear, I happen to really luck out with this drop. It's the only decent Ascended piece I have other than this Barrel Maker, but got a Calamity with 2 points in Double Knot. Note that getting skills from your armor does give you that skill as long as you are that class. So despite me not being this far down on the tree, I am successfully getting 2 points in Double Knot here. I'm just running an Insight Ring because it's good for Blast Gas. But this purple just has good stats, so I'm running it. I could definitely upgrade this. Amulet-wise, I'm running what happens to be a Skeep, but the primary thing here is I want it to have Graveborn power, because that boosts my Blast Gasp. Spells I'm running are Barrel Maker and Laser Hand, but I've been using some Inflammation on this build a lot as well. Ice Spikes also work. I've got to try out Twisters. There's a bunch of stuff I want to test. Ward-wise, we run Body Rune, because it's really good damage and survivability. Spellblade is here to boost our crit chance on the occasional bonk we do on enemies, and in terms of guns, Throwable Hole is good because its final explosion is spell damage. Also using Oil and Spice for its interaction with fire stuff, and then if the need arises, we have other relevant weapons as well. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max crit chance, remainder, and status damage. Now, since I'm no longer using Inflammation, it would probably be more optimal to put the remainder of the points in either Constitution or Intelligence for more tank or more cooldown, but I'm comfortable staying in Wisdom. Make sure you spend Moon Orbs. I should do that. Thank you. Excited to see what skill combos they add to Blight Collar Armors. Yeah, me too. That'll be very interesting. Explain why it does feel great polymorph. I'm assuming charge spells are cast via polymorph minimum charge. Exactly, Beaver. Exactly. Why does everyone hate on my Clawbringer? Because they took at face value some exaggerated feedback from 3 months ago. Clawbringer is one of those classes that you need to do certain things to squeeze value out of it. It's not as straightforward as, say, a Spell Shot. But Clawbringer is a good class, and they have buffed it time and time and time again. Clawbringer received several buffs this week. 2 weeks before that, it got more buffs. The week before that, it got more buffs. It's been buffed a lot. These problems that people are citing with Clawbringer, either they never existed or they no longer exist. Barring very, very few. Clawbringer is a good class. It's people knee-jerking and being unwilling to invest in a build to get value out of their class. Murphy. So, if you're enjoying Clawbringer, do it. Do it. It's a good class. I do recommend it. Got my Thor Hammer at 3-second cooldown, do some crazy fun things with it. Yeah, that's one of the things the class does very well. Storm Dragon's Judgment is the best action skill at cycling action skill activation loop. So if you got any effects that trigger an action skill, like a Harbinger Amulet, it's great for that. Or they never even use the class? Yeah. What people will do with these kinds of things is they'll parrot feedback from a content creator. If that content creator has enough followers, they will parrot things without knowing why they're saying that. And then word of mouth, another person will parrot that, another person will parrot that, and they won't know why they're saying what they're saying. They haven't tried the thing. They don't know what the reasoning behind that was. They don't know if that source is credible. So they'll just keep doing that. It cascades downwards. That's really high damage on a Trickster's. What the hell? Oh, it got a spell damage part. With a crit chance part. That's like the best Trickster's Ice Spike I've ever seen. That's so crazy. I'll take that. Oh, we got the Hydra spawning Elemental Blast, but only simple, not repeating. So that's 2 Hydras per cast. It's kind of fun. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Also, Storm Breath and Rebuke are pretty underrated. It's 35% or so damage reduction. I would say Rebuke is pretty underwhelming. Because, like, its value per point is very low, and the opportunity cost is giving up better things, really. But Storm Breath, really good. 15% damage reduction for a single skill point while also giving your Wyvern a really good attack. Yeah, Storm Breath is really good. Awe is one of my favorite skills in the entire game. Dragon Aura, Oath of Fire, Oath of Thunder are fantastic skills. Firebolt is one of the most efficient sources of gun damage in the entire game. Just, Clawbringer is a good class. Yeah, Cryo Barrel Maker. Primordial with, Spell Charge. I'll take that. Well, I got some stuff to store. It's Chaos 50 now? Yeah, as of Thursday, it's Chaos 50 now. Clawbringer's never been bad. Certain aspects of Claw have been bad, never the entire kit. Also, people confuse weakest with bad. Just because the class may be weakest doesn't mean it cannot clear endgame content. I wouldn't even say Clawbringer's the weakest, though, Stuff Beaver. That's the thing. If you look at numbers and, you know, theory crafting and actual game mechanics, Spore Warden is the weakest, and it isn't close. But Spore Warden's still very viable. All classes in this game are viable. So, like, doing this best, worst, this class is bad, no, don't do that. Don't do it. Primordial Stavomatic. Ugh, forgot I got that already.
I will not be parenthetical.
Firebolt's bullet damage, not gun damage. That's not true. That's outdated information. All gun damage is the same except for magic bullets. That is the only one that is different. We refer to magic bullets as bullet damage because it doesn't need to be a gun to get magic bullets. Example, Stab-O-Matic is not a gun. It does not deal gun damage, it does not trigger gun effects, it does not scale with gun damage, but it gets magic bullets because it shoots bullets. It gets amp because it shoots bullets. Every single other source of gun damage in the entire game is of the other kind. So like, let me find a ring. Like this gun damage here, that's the same as Firebolt. Same thing. Rolling for spellcast melee on this Stab-O-Matic. Where'd it go? Ah, I rolled past it. Fuck me. There we go. What else can I roll? I can roll something onto that cryo barrel maker. Okay. Firebolt is regular gun damage? Yes. 2 weeks into the game, they shuffled around what is gun damage and what isn't gun damage among the things that say gun damage. The only one that functions mechanically different is magic bullets. That is the only one. Only magic bullets. Everything else that says gun damage, that isn't Headhunter, or Vibing, is gun damage. This has been the case since week 2 of the game.
Idiot. I don't do warning shots.
Hey, Hellrider, how you doing?
Still going to run the other way. Now that's the good stuff.
1 point fresh, 10% damage, here I come. Need to reshuffle some points though. It's also really nice because it gives that Wyvern an extra attack. The Wyvern attacks granted by Storm Breath and Firebolt are really, really good. Storm Breath is a huge AoE that has a great range, and Firebolt is a pretty good damage over time in like a small area. Which class would you say uses Drill's Fury most efficiently? Clawbringer, because it triggers both halves of Awe, which is really nice. But realistically Spell Shot, because it's magic bullets. I'm doing something wrong with rerolling. Inventory jumps back to the top after every single roll. No, mine was just doing that too, Stump. This is just bad UI. Yeah.
How's that for an active reload? Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Barrel Maker's sick.
Can't bring spells no more.
Kind of miss Inflammation sometimes, but Barrel Maker's sick. Wonder why they made just magic bullets different. My theory is so it doesn't boost double knop. That doesn't seem too impactful given how easy gun damage has become by. Yeah, I don't quite know. Their original wording when they made the whole change to gun damage and not gun damage mech was they're citing how Barrage was not getting some of them, but Barrage still doesn't get magic bullets. It gets everything else now, but not magic bullets. So like, why? I don't quite know. Does ability damage buff Ambihextrous? No. Nothing about Ambihextrous is ability. Spell Shot and Stabomancer have no access to things that deal ability damage. None, at all. I'm getting ability damage in this build from my Dark Hydras are dealing very minor amounts of it, and my Blast Gasp, when it triggers, is ability damage. But nothing else is ability. Not my Ambihextrous spell, nothing. Hey Canary, I don't have a command setup for this, but I can go over the build for you after the run if you remind me in the loot room. Be happy to do that for you. Indirectly, when you say Font of Mana does help deal ability damage more, that's not the subject though. Talking about ability damage? No. And like Font of Mana, sure, I get better action skill cooldown when I don't have an action skill. And no action skill that Spell Shot or Stabomancer have access to deals ability damage. Now, if I was using Font of Mana to get more frequent access to Dire Sacrifice in this multi-class combo, then yeah, that would help me deal the damage more frequently, but it doesn't change whether or not I have an access to ability damage. Doesn't change that. Drill again. Hey Soccer Chick, how you doing? Hey Ferolio, how are you? Action skills ready, best joke in Ambihextrous. Yeah, due to the way action skills work, that is the only thing associated with action skills that Ambihextrous works with. So, if you have a Promise Ring, that effect does work with Ambihextrous, because your action skill is forever ready. It is not on cooldown, it is just ready. Oh, so I was complete opposite? Nope. Magic Ball is underperforming? No. Absolutely not. It got off easy. It got a slap on the wrist. Both Magic Bullets and Spell Weaving are so strong, they could reduce them to single digits values and they'd still be some of the best things in the entire game. I mean, they did reduce Spell Weaving to single digits values. It's still the best class feat by a landslide. It's still the largest individual source of spell damage in the game. And guess what? Magic Bullets goes off spell damage. So you still got that. And this is still the only source of that multiplier unless you're using a Gluttony. So it's still amazing.
Let's get casting and blasting.
What do you mean about Gluttony? Gluttony gives you a damage bonus when you're under 50% HP, and it happens to be the same multiplier as Magic Bullets.
Thanks for the reload, Kitchen.
Playing around Solid Battery, Primordial and Drop, very fun so far. It's a very strong weapon. Solid Battery is extremely powerful.
I've got all the magic I need. Got no juice.
Give barrel stuffing a whole new meaning. Honestly, didn't notice a difference, and that means it's a well-placed balance change. Just reduces the ceiling. Any predictions going on? Not at the moment. They just nerf magic bullets that doesn't hold weight anymore. What do you mean? Their stated ideology for nerfing magic bullets and spell weaving and buffing spells was they wanted spellcasting builds to still be strong, but they noticed that spell weaving was doing too much for a wide variety of builds. And they wanted spell shot to be good at guns, but not so good at both guns and spells that other classes felt invalidated. So they reduced magic bullets a bit too. That doesn't mean that magic bullets isn't strong. That doesn't mean that it's not there to keep spell shot relevant as a gun build option. Like, look, that doesn't mean that at all. Let's Solid Battery in my Contagion build before Contagion can still hit damage cap. Okay, this obsession with damage cap is absolutely ridiculous to me. Like, I don't understand. Do you need to hit damage cap in a game where 1 million damage is more than most enemies have HP? Where raid bosses don't break like the fucking 30 million mark. Do you need damage cap? No. Is it unhealthy for the game to have anything that can hit damage cap? Yes. Like, you don't need it. It's just fun to hit? Well, it's not fun to see people complaining about damage cap no longer being achievable by something that ultimately amounted to taking 1 damage, getting really, really lucky a bunch of times, and getting damage cap. Nope. So, like, stop. It's annoying. Using a laser hand? Yeah. It's really, really good post-buff. Laser hand is really good. It'd be the fastest way to get 40 from 35 after finishing the story. I'd say knock out your overworld stuff. So like your shrines, knock out those side quests, that goes a long way. Grabbing your collectibles for those permanent stat buffs. Getting all loot dice if you haven't. Something I need to investigate is, I think DLC farming might be a really good leveling option. Because it's not as, like, gear dependent as, say, boss farming. And the farm I did at the beginning of the stream, I spent an hour continually killing enemies. And I got a lot of souls, which is useful. So you could honestly knock out farming souls for a character, and XP, and money just by farming DLC. I think I might start recommending that over bosses for people who have DLC. Remember your soul farming in Blooms. And for reference, we got over 2,600 souls in 1 hour, which is very efficient. DLC 3 has a money farm. It's not so much a money farm, Felicia, as like I just happen to get a lot of money while doing my soul farm. And not a lot, but enough that it's like buying a couple STUs if you haven't finished that off. And that's without me picking up gear to sell. Comparison to spell shot, gun build, and spell builds. So, as I mentioned earlier, Ryan the Beast Gamer, and you decided to completely gloss over, The nerfs to spell weaving and magic bullets serve to do nothing except lower the ceiling. Spell shot gun builds, guess what, are still more powerful than non-spell shot gun builds. The gap is just smaller. Probably a dumb question, but I'm assuming mimics have increased drop rate of cosmetics. They give you a bunch of money, a bunch of cosmetics, Foster. I don't even want to spoil it, but directionally, can you say which room it is? Yes, Bubba, it's on the left. It's on the left. It's the one with the minecart. I'll put it that way. It's the minecart one. Got a question. Finally rolled the when health is below 50%, regenerate maximum health per second, gain damage dealt enchant on my selective amnesia, berserk. And kept dying once my Reaper of Bones wore off. This hasn't happened before, is because of the enchantment of my game bugging. That's a Reaper of Bones related bug for Julio. I've not encountered it myself, but I've seen multiple people get it. It is a bug related specifically to Reaper of Bones. Most of the time, throw my points into the money and close to giving it up. I mean, granted, I don't have max loot luck, but you know. Oh, you're farming for a sword explosion. Yeah, farming in this game, it's not exactly easy to get anything precise. I would recommend doing boss runs. Do boss runs, hope for LeChance, Thras Gaming. And if you get LeChance, then hope for the drop from him. If you don't get it, then you could just spend those at the bunnies. It's still gonna be, like, there's no other really way of getting it. But it's notable from the shotgun bunnies, even if you get a body rocker, a times 18 body rocker, that's the next best thing to a sword explosion. It's that good. And don't get fixated on times 3. Times 3 isn't even an upgrade. It's just popular. It's like how people would say back in BL2 for the Unkempt Herald, you want double penetrating. Well, on 3 characters, that's a downgrade. So, like, no. Just get the item. I'm not saying just get the drop, but just focus on having the sword explosion. Doesn't need to be times 3 to be better. In fact, times 3 is a situational downgrade. In terms of the build. Spell shot down to high thread count. We've maxed out magic bullets because it's still a good skill. We've maxed out spell sniper, maxed out font of mana, taken mage armor, glass cannon, high thread count. Then Graveborn tree, we max out faithful thralls, 2 in essence strain to get down to here. Then we max out sanguine sacrament, take 2 more essence strain to get down to this tier. Max out dark hydras, take 2 stand of the soul to get down. Then we take max ascension, 2 more stand of the soul to get to this tier. Max out blast gasp, get the capstone. We have 2 points left over. Those went into Lord of Edges and a 5th in Stand of the Soul. And then hero point wise, max crit damage, max crit chance. I put the rest in status damage here, but the remainder after you max these 2 is your choice of intelligence, wisdom, or constitution. Dealer's choice. Times 3 is more of a side grade since time 1 technically does more damage, just less quickly. Exactly. Also, your ammo sustain is much better with a times 1. Times 3 is purdy. But it being purdy is completely meaningless and outright detrimental if going for that is ruining your enjoyment of the game. I think setting boundaries for your own enjoyment's sake is going to be important. Especially considering it's not even an upgrade. Loot Lemon says 6% chance on 47.7k loot luck from LeChance for Sword Explosion. So we're a little higher on loot luck now than that. Assuming you have all relevant stuff farming at C50, you have 50,000. And that's without gear. So keep in mind that is LeChance outside of featured. Anytime LeChance is featured, you got much better chances. And that's still a much higher chance of getting a sword explosion than you get from an individual bunny pull. LeChance is an easy farm. And important to note that previous Borderlands games, you know, this isn't a Borderlands game, and I stand by that, but in this context, previous Lands games, there's situations where farming was a lot tougher. For example, if you look at getting a drop in Borderlands 2 for the first couple years of it, Those drops were 3%. People didn't really acknowledge that ever again after that was changed. 3%, so half as likely. And then in Borderlands 3, many bosses have item pools so diluted that you'd be looking at drops being in the 1 to 2% range. Example, if you're farming for a specific gun from Agonizer 9000, your drops were more in the 2% range. So, like, this is not new. People saying dedicated farming sucks now simply downplayed it when it was convenient to them in Borderlands 3 and are now upset about it. It's an existing problem that just carried forward. Used to 1.6% chances? Yeah. I have an eyelash in my eye. Chance you could do a run with a spore today? I don't have a spore on C50, and no. I don't have a spore warden build I feel like playing right now. Really wish the patch added a non-chaotic filter because we get so many primordials, even volatiles are meh. I wouldn't say volatiles are meh at all, Ramen, because, like, if you're gearing up from C35 to C50, chances are a lot of your gear is still chaotic. You still pick up volatiles. Saying volatiles are meh just isn't accurate. You are prioritizing big number more than you're prioritizing likely player loadouts. Then BL2 have ungodly low drop chances. After several years, the drops were buffed from 3% to 10%. But 10% is still not much higher than where we're at now. The big kicker is part variance. Getting the drop, in many cases in this game, is not enough. Because, let's say you're looking for a specific part in anything. Let's say you're farming a White Rider. The difference between any old random White Rider and a White Rider with the ×2 part is pretty big. That's just one part of many.
You were short work.
Barrel Maker's sick. I'm really enjoying this. This Barrel Maker chat. We got this on stream today. We even got this enchant on the first reroll. This is doing work. Some chaotics have better part variance than primordial. Yeah, entirely possible. Been using the same volatiles from C28, C50. Yeah, Ryan, me too. Lululemon showing certain drops level 28 plus only. For example, artifact etiquette drops is a special thing about level 28. Are you looking at BL3, I assume, for that? So, for example, artifacts don't spawn below level 26 at all, Denalia, because you don't have the artifact slot until about that point in the playthrough, so the game stops them from happening. And there's certain drops that only enable in Mayhem, at certain Mayhem levels, etc. There's just minimum thresholds for a lot of things. This includes item parts and elements. Like, if you get a Nighthawk at a low enough level, it's not elemental, despite that gun always being cryo, because certain things are locked to certain levels. Getting actual legit upgrades really hard at C50. Yeah, that's why I like that primordials and volatiles are as common as they are on C50, because it definitely helps. You can get your foot in the door. You can find a place to farm where you can get good progression. Like, doing these boss runs, as long as you have a build that can handle bossing, a pretty good way of going about it. But you can also do other things. You could wheel farm. You could do that soul farm I did earlier. I made 2,600 plus souls in an hour. You can do that, and then spend all that stuff on the wheel. Hell, you could do that farm on a lower chaos level, and then go on C50 for your wheel hitting, and then farm it that way. That is absolutely an option. Use polymorph on a boss, just doesn't do much with a little damage. It gives you 2 spell weaving stacks and casts a free spell when you use it on the boss. So in polymorph builds, you still want to use your polymorph on the boss. I have to get up and prep for a health checkup tomorrow and a psych appointment. Looking forward to tomorrow's shenanigans. Thanks for being here, Rohit. I appreciate you. Hope that all goes well. Feel dirty playing spell shot? No, because I'm doing interesting things with it, Berolio. I'm not doing, you know, pixies. I'm not doing Buffmeister nonsense. I'm using lesser used spells. The laser hand is one I've been a fan of since I first got hands on the game. And I'm using this Barrel Maker I got on stream today. And Barrel Maker is one that also just got buffed into being, like, desirable. So I'm doing interesting enough things that I'm enjoying playing Spell Shot. That's how I get my enjoyment in this game. Being interesting. Laser hand looks fun, I just can't aim. I can't aim too well either, but I'll make it work for this one. What's triggering Sever the Thread? Nothing, I don't have it. My cooldown's just that fast, Hellrider. I do not have Sever the Thread. I just have cooldown. Very interesting, no you. Fast cooldown. Something that really helps is I do have a charge part in each of these. I recommend for most like one and done spells like this, especially channel ones, having one extra charge part. And more than that isn't really necessary, and it starts impacting the base cooldown very negatively. But like with this Barrel Maker, 22-second cooldown is pretty long because the charge part comes with a penalty. So I'd rather a cooldown part over that status chance part, but I'm not going to argue with my Ascended Barrel Maker that has a charge. But this Laser Hand, even with the penalty from a charge part, Laser Hand has a 7.6 second cooldown. Now, it takes a few seconds to charge up, during which time the other one is coming off cooldown. So as you're charging up and lining up a Laser Hand, with all the cooldown you have here, by the time you let it go, you're just around the corner from getting another use. If you're troubled by Quag Aim with your spells, I suggest a Trickster's Ice Spike, even if you miss a bounce seeks out enemies. Yeah, that's a great example. I think I put away the really good one we got. Yeah, we got a really good Primordial Tricksters that I put in my bank for future use. I should probably have it on this character, but I don't know what I was thinking. Undead Pack do again. It makes some skulls when your ward breaks, but they don't really do much damage. Same as other direct damage effects from wards that don't scale off of anything. So something like a Mace Wardu will always be relevant because it looks at your melee weapon for its base damage, and it deals melee damage, so it gets that scaling. But something like an Undead Pact or an Afterburner, it doesn't have a specific damage source, so it's not gonna get like spell damage or anything relevant, and it's just using its base. And considering Afterburner's damage was underwhelming at C20, and we now have C50, and that damage has not, it hasn't gone up, direct damage items like the Undead Pack aren't really relevant in this game later on. They're more playthrough items. What's your favorite build right now? Either this or my Contagion Frost Shiver. My melee Contagion Frost Shiver. Yes, Contagion post-patch. Try out Laser Hand, it's really not for me. I much prefer instant cast like Arcane Bolt. If you hold it down for a very short amount of time, you can kinda use Laser Hand instantly, for what it's worth. But yeah, everyone's got their preferences. That ability damage roll intentional on that spell? Yes. My Blast Gasp is ability damage. And there's only so many spellcast enchants that benefit you. Remember, you get an extra slot with Ambihextrous, so eventually you're like, okay, what actually helps me here? And ability damage for Blast Gasp is just an outright good one. If I was not running Blast Gasp, it would not help me, but I am, so... Nova Scale with Mayhem and BL3? Yes, they did. They got a times 34 at Mayhem 10. Lower number along the way there, but 34 at Mayhem 10. Shield effects were times 34, melee was times 16, action skills were times 31, most other things were times 7. Later times 5.5 is what that was reduced to. Slide was times 21. Vehicles are times 12. There's a few different MAM scaling values. Pets were times 51. Black pets. Speaking of shield damage, is the full battery do damage any good on chaos levels? No. Tis not. Ability crit doesn't help with that though. With Blast Gasp? No. Blast Gasp cannot crit. Which is why Insight Ring is good for it, because its damage bonus there that it lists applies to non-crits. So it always goes on Blast Gasp. Not just flat bats, then Clone's 51. No, Clone is 31. Clone is 31. Get standard action skill. Clone also has a pretty stacked damage formula of other stuff you can give it. And it can do something like, you can make it use a Ember's Purge, which has a puddle that gets environmental scaling, so the times 31 is then using a gun that gets a times 34. But yeah, Clone is 31. Vehicle health was negative 90,000. One of the many reasons I'm glad vehicles are not present as a core gameplay thing in this game. We got a couple turrets here and there, and that's it. Functionally, Overworld replaced that, and it is an upgrade. another barrel maker, but it doesn't have an extra charge. I don't really want it.
I will break free.
Good map design over vehicles, yeah. Also give Clone a grease trap. Yeah, that's a fun interaction. Lots of cool things you could do with Clone. For a while, I was the fastest time trial Zane runner. I eventually got knocked down to like 2nd or 3rd place in most activities with that Zane build. But the fact of the matter is it was a pet Zane build using ground slams, giving Clone the best gun for the scenario, and pointing Sentinel at things. And it was out clearing a lot of other stuff. So you could always do more interesting things than people were willing to do. And that point is further proven by people running around in 2022, the year of our Randy, saying things like, Zane needs seeing dead. Like, that hasn't been true in over 2 years.
Give a skull some room.
Always push creativity, chat. That's my advice in building in all things. Creativity. So remember when commit was on Cav? Ugh. Gross. My moon orbs. I get another run in. Ugh. Yeah, let's hit snipers on the next run, because I wanna roll a bunch of great bows at once.
You dare. But seriously, you
Hit C50 and realize that my Primordial Curse Wed's really not cutting it. I think wards haven't increased quite enough to match damage in C50. I'm thinking of Mind Rune from now on. That would be a step in the wrong direction, Grasshopper. There's a few things here. Cursed Wit still gives enough of a big stat boost in a category that's not easy to get in that slot that it's still relevant. However, Cursed Wit condition of keeping it broken to get any of the effects and then also staying in close range, that is tough when enemies hit as hard as they do. Cursed Wit did not directly get any less desirable. If the damage bonus is relevant to your build, it still is relevant to your build. Meanwhile, Mind Rune does absolutely nothing of value. Like, the damage from Mind Rune is not even enough to be relevant during a playthrough. It is not going to help you at endgame at any point, much less at C50. So that would be a step in the wrong direction. But survivability is more relevant on C50 because enemies do hit hard. So if you can get a ward that gives you survivability and damage, such as a body rune, that helps you out a lot. So if you've not considered a body rune for your build, I do recommend it. Primordial Bad roll for Curse Sweat. It does increase the amount of time before it actually breaks and gives you the effect, yes. Is Harvest fixed now? I believe so. As far as I'm aware.
Smell the spank!
That was a good chunk. Lots of Nightmare. Yeah, interesting how that looks working out.
I kill guys with a little help from my friends.
That was a big chunk from one laser hand. Let's go. Oh, that was so clean. That was enjoyable. Is there a way to dodge drill slams? Yes, movement speed. Either you get enough movement speed to strafe to the sides fast enough, or you walk towards it. If you step into the drink where drill is, his slams can't hit you because you're too close to him. His arms can't hit you. So you could just take a quick step towards him, or get enough movement speed to outstrafe him to the sides. AO Deadshot. I'm playing a far more interesting way of doing Deadshot, Felicia. So good job, Cat. I'm using Laser Hand, unconventional spells, playing pretty aggressively. And at C50, enemies have enough health and do enough damage that it feels a bit less ridiculous. I mean, I'm using a Barrel Maker, and I think it's safe to say that's not a common choice. So funny to me that you call it drink. I mean, leave me alone. You're bullying me. Harvest Fix didn't work still? Because they put another one in the patch then. Are you using outdated information or did it still not work? The intro of C50, you think there's any class combo that can't reliably compete at C50? I think it's too early to decide that for real, though. I haven't tried nearly enough class combinations at C50 to have an educated opinion on that. I missed. It's awkward.
This'll come in handy. Enemy stuck. You behave yourself this time, alright? I'll take that.
See, there was a new one. Yep. There was.
You good enough to mess with me?
Whole insta deleting the burb. If I directly hit the burb with it, yeah, but in that case, no, it was just doing it through damage that time. Not through the one-shot thing.
I don't do warning shots.
Biggest fear at the introduction of new cast levels end up like BL2 where only 2 characters be used at OP10. Well, yeah, we're definitely not there. I was using a melee dot frost shiver as my first C50 climb, and still able to efficiently clear without any gear upgrades. And now I'm using a dead shot, which is, you know, popular, but still only one of many choices. Still clearing a C50. There's still lots and lots of build options. Next one I'll level is probably my my Mistdancer for gun stuff. It's probably the next one I'll take through. I don't know if I'll do that on stream or off stream. I haven't decided yet.
Come on then. Let's get this over with. No magic left.
Didn't have problems with Mistdancer? Good to know.
Ready to cast.
New theory, Drill's just one of the aliens from Jimmy Neutron. He's bathing in purple flurp. Ugh. I should probably use double laser hand for this, but eh. Hope this is final cast level increase. Already seems like a lot. This is the final... So, like, Ascended is the highest tier we knew about before launch, right? Like, they told us about it in dev blogs and interviews and stuff. That's the highest one. So, we don't know of any other tiers. So, maybe this would be a safe place to assume it's the stopping point. Time will tell. I think I would like any further tiers to not have any gear attached to them, though. Like, if they release, say, Chaos 60, I'd like if it didn't have any gear stuff. So it's just like, hey, if you want more challenge, it's there. Petition to replace Dragonlord with Sephiroth? But why though? Can't shake the feeling the Barrel Maker causes self-damage. I know it doesn't. Just a healthy response to years of barrel conditioning, Jaybridge.
Now that's the good stuff. I was running. You might be wondering why I called this meeting.
Petition to bring back that one sorcerer, forgot his name, is pretty handsome though. I would not sign that petition. Let's do new things. New thing over old thing. Missed.
Ready to bring me arcane pain?
Will you be leveling your Clawstalker Ghostblade to 50? Yeah, I'll be doing that. I don't have a timetable on that, but I do plan on it. Again, I don't know which of my builds I'll be leveling on stream, off stream, but I can tell you which ones I do plan on leveling. Yeah, the Ghostblade setup is gonna come up. The Mistdancer gun build is gonna come up. I'm gonna try to repurpose the Garlic Breath build into something useful. Dreadwind is probably staying behind for a bit. Pan. Only volatile though. Note that volatile is good, I just have better pans than that already, so I can't really justify picking that up.
Can I interest you in a wee bit of violence?
Something I want to try as well is Cloudburst Arc Torrents at C50. People stopped using them after they got slightly rebalanced months ago. I want to see how they hold up nowadays. Okay, snipers. I want great bows. Then he has Sended stuff and vending machines. Not any legendaries yet. Not any legendaries yet. Trying to decide what direction to go with my Graveborn. Played Hammerzerker all weekend. I want to give another stab at making like a Reaper of Bones gun build. I haven't done that in a while. Takes so much longer with one buddy. Dust off the Bereaver? Maybe. One of my Bereaver setups was, you know, sawmill stuff, so I'm definitely gonna have to rejig that into something else. Between sawmill being nerfed into the ground and then C50 coming along. Skip over sawmill now? Yeah, skip over sawmill. It's just the thing with ammo regen on Skeep is the base mag size is small. So even with a lot of ammo regen, you're not going to beat out the fire rate. So maybe not Skeep. I'll do some thonking on that one. I'm gonna pair him with Stabbo and maybe do some Ghostblade or from the Shadow stuff, see how it goes. The thing with Ghostblade is Greyborn doesn't provide anything to it beyond Faithful Thralls. So I'd probably go from the Shadows out of those. Big as a Sawmill hit, 33% damage to a weapon that was already just kind of good. Not like great, but just good. And then we got Chaos 50, so everything is overall tougher, which sets it back even further. Basically, post-nerf Sawmill is comparable to a well-rolled purple. And I wouldn't really trust that on C50. It's just not worth it. Primordial Skeep. No crit damage parts. Not as good as the one I have. Slightly higher damage, but like, doesn't have the crit parts. Reduce the ammo consumption by 1? Yes, and nerf the damage by 33%. You know what that equates to? Builds that didn't build ammo regen before still can't sustain it. Builds that did still can sustain it. Except now, all of them do less damage. It was a nerf. Maybe an unintentional nerf, but it was a nerf. Primordial Carouser. I have one of those. That damage value. Wait till I get that Ascended Carouser? Sheesh. Skeep is the goat. I get 2 Primordial Carousers in here? Might have. Yeah, I did. This one's much lower damage. Melee crossbolts. Awkward. Thought I saw that great bow in there. That's why I was looking at that section for so long. I was like, did I? Okay. Now for some fun. Purple snipers worth looking for. Black powder ones are pretty good. Saw blade stoker ones are decent. I don't have much experience with the Hyperius ones. Yeah. How'd we do? Not well. How do you feel about corrupted plate mail with laser hand? Been enjoying it, don't know, could be doing better. Plate mail's not really helping the laser hand at all. Other than it'll do more now against a target that resists fire than it would. But I wouldn't say there's any synergy there. Wouldn't recommend it.
Keep it up and you might be a full lit someday.
See some moon orbs. You got the punchy gun? Yeah, I've had a few. We got a primordial one today from that hour of soul farming we did. I haven't tested it out yet, but I'm sure it'll be scary. Enchant luck on rerolling has been pretty kind to me today. Grab your tricksters. Ah, good shout. Take me a bit to get there. But yeah. Mad? Question mark? Seen some builds with it, and people are saying in Discord about the thing. Ah, yeah. It's, I still maintain it's not as problematic as the Face Puncher. Even if it can do very similarly ridiculous things. Okay, cool. What, Foster? Prediction? Yeah, we can do that. We'll do a what bosses one. Or do a will I get a Melga one, I guess. Alright, boss run. Get that prediction in.
Good luck.
I do still need ring upgrades for this. I keep forgetting. Because I'm still using this chaotic purple. But that's proof that chaotics are still very relevant. Working on it. I'm a believer. crystals from one more round of that. Orcar is one of those bosses with the Frozen Over totally wreck. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. I could see that. Primordial Twin Soul. Echo Warrior, but slow swing speed. No thank you. We see fight barrels with barrels. During that last obelisk room, I did blow up a barrel with a barrel maker. So that felt pretty good. Metameldas? Oh, fuck you. Does Blast Show work with Style Shotgun? No. Melee attack, Bubba. Melee attack. Melee attack, melee attack, melee attack. That means this. Swing weapon.
Our spell slots. Oi! Thanks for that. See forever.
Primordial Twin Soul, but, you know, even slower swing speed. I didn't even know it could get 1.6. That's the slowest one. Huh. Yeah, Twin Soul can be from 1.63 to 1.94 swing speed, depending on parts. .94 being the fastest of all weapons, for reference. So appeal 3 effect they need to bring to keep pushing Stabmatic, more marker status, static charge. It would need to be something like that, yeah. We don't have it doing multi-target chaining in this game. Yet. But we do have Alchemical Agent as better Unleash the Dragon for it.
Let's get casting and blasting.
This one is Rivula Obelisk boss. Always has been for the chamber. Rivula has always been in the Chaos Chamber. Side note, on the subject of, like, bosses and stuff, there's a common thing I see people talk about, like, this idea that there's non-respawning enemies that are unique. Can anyone, like, name me what those actually are? Because I see people saying that, but they never actually say, like, what it is. Like, none of them have dedicated drops, so, like, who cares? And also, like, what even are they? I know there's a couple enemies you can see in the overworld that do respawn when you go back into that area. So, like, they're respawnable. But, like, what else? Managed to collect 4 million points, wanted to do 24-hour stream. I don't know yet, Kitten's Bomb. I'll have to schedule it. Figure out what I'm doing, and figure out a time that works. But it will be happening at some point during the summer. I can lock down that time frame for you. No, Imelda? Yeah, let me pay this out. Blue hat. Spawns in the Chaos Chamber. Also doesn't have dedicated drops. So when he spawns in the chamber, he gives Chaos Chamber drops. Also, mechanically, Blue Hat is literally just a fucking Cyclops. Cyclops, rather. Like, it doesn't... How's that different? I suppose this goes in the same vein as, oh, if we change the color of a loot beam, it changes gameplay. No, it doesn't. If we add the word invincible to a boss's title, it changes gameplay. But, like, it doesn't, though. The same arguments. It's literally none. Locosius. It's literally none. Just recolored and reskinned. Yep. The biggest example I can think of is Caster. But like, Caster also doesn't have dedicated drops. But I would like to see Caster in the chamber. And there's a couple obelisk bosses that don't appear in the chamber. Arrow Wyvern, the spellcasting Bloomp. Like a couple others like that, and they do have some unique mechanics, but again, they respawn when you go to their location in the overworld. Like, they respawn somewhere. So like, this whole thing, this manufactured problem with, oh, there's so many enemies that they don't respawn and you can't dedicated farm them. Like, waiting for receipts. Waiting for substance. It's just such a common thing I see. Now I see people repeating it without having any idea if that's even true or not. So I don't like the trickle down of bullshit. Doesn't make me happy. Oh, that's a really poorly rolled skeep. Hey, Boom. How are you? Boom, look at what we got today. Look at what we got. It's been so much fun. Breaks fucking 9,000 damage without spell damage parts. I think a triple spell damage barrel maker, like, definitely breaks 10k, right? It might only take 2. Because spell damage part is 10%, right? So it would only take 2. Donkey Kong but deadly. Those people knew that those enemies didn't have drops, and they would complain about that. Of course, because it's a matter of shifting goalposts to have something to complain about. But I just... for the benefit of everyone else, debunking that stuff is valuable. 2 cast chambers away from 50 and don't want to do this, you don't have to do it, Kittens Bob. That's the best thing. It's all elective. Especially if you're looking to farm like some gear upgrades, like primordials, especially if you want to be prepared for C50 once you get there. Honestly, farming in like the C40s is the play, because the primordial chances get really good by the time you get to about C41, and it's not nearly as oppressive in terms of enemies, you know, one-shotting you at C50. So if you want to stay in like the mid C40s for a while and farm, that's perfectly viable. Remember, Ascended at C50 is a 0.99% chance, a less than 1% chance of you getting that. Primordial's 14.85, equal to Volatile. But as you at 48 and higher, you have an equal chance. Excuse me, at 49 and 50, you have an equal chance of getting Volatile and Primordial. But if you go on, let's look at 44. 44, you've broken 10% Primordial chance. And remember, the max tier of the game is not balanced around the max tier of gear. So C50 is not balanced around having Ascended gear. It's balanced around having like a mix of the next two, that being Volatile and Primordial. And you can absolutely work with a mix of the bottom two available to you that are above non-chaotic. So you could make C50 stuff work with Chaotic Volatile. It seems to be intended to have a mix of Volatile Primordial. That's why, you know, for these 14 levels before C50, this chance just goes up and up. Yeah, I'd say hanging out at C44 for a while is very reasonable. Let's not forget that purples are better than legendaries anyway. Yeah, uh-huh. Alright, let's run a prediction. We got time for one more.
Are you prepared?
I might do an hour of that soul farming a day. Maybe we do that again tomorrow's stream. Maybe I work it in with a different build. People use legendary armors. Yeah.
Go on, Fate Maker.
People also use purple armors. Case by case basis. And in many cases, availability is the deciding factor. Purples don't have an inherent advantage over most legendary armors. I say most for a reason. But in terms of if you get a really well-rolled purple, it can be a long-term upgrade. But is it inherently better than legendaries? Unless you're talking smart armor or something else that has a situational downside, no. Amalgam, my beloved. Amalgam's sick. Just raw stats. Amalgam good. Torque pistols, black powder, shotguns, shit guns, shotguns, same thing. No, they're good though. Nightshades, Spriggans, Furiors, Stoker launchers. Lots of good purples. Drill. It's stuck on a chaotic purple because I can't get anything close to the passive roll I have on it. Yeah, you just got a really good roll. Listening to you talk about ability damage a couple times today has me thinking the Blight Caller is going to have access to direct ability damage. Might be obvious, just occurred to me. That's a safe bet. I think they would want more abilities that do ability. Yeah, it's a safe bet. I learned something interesting there. Echo applies to multiple enemies if you hit them with the same swing? Or at the same time? I learned something interesting. that was awesome? Yeah. Yeah, it is. No damage, all damage, crit damage. That'd be crit chance, but yeah. Oh, what was that? What the hell was that? Did someone clip that? Hello? Does that go melee damage? No. Where did Drill's health go? Someone clip that? I think that was a double not crit, but like, hello?
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
So very unexpected. Thank you. Drill, whose life bar is empty. Accurate. What are you aiming at? I think it had to have been a throwable hole double not crit. Let's go back and look at that. Been using Echo Peg like in my Trap Scaling gun build? Yeah, great example. You get the movement speed and the reload speed to zoom around. That works well. No damage, all damage, crit damage. That'd be crit chance, but yeah. Hard to see what happened there, but yeah, I think that was a throwable hole double not crit. Cool. Barrel Maker barrel stuffing is so satisfying. What determines throwable hole spell damage, explosions, crit chance? It's damage for a spell, so your spell crit chance. So whatever this crit chance says, there you go. That seems like hole over Queen's Cry. Queen's Cry is more instant and more straightforward. You don't have to wait for Queen's Cry. Ah, we got Theodore. So once again, if you're trying to remain unspoiled on DLC 3 boss, I'm about to do it, so like, spoiler warning. I'm gonna try out this, oh, got a good sight. That's cool. Try out this on it. Queen's Cry doesn't let you throw a hole around. True. Sparrow Maker not fixing properly? No. Okay, yeah, that's really dumb.
Fast ones are ready. Put out the oven.
Are people getting week 2 and 3 and 4 item? Yeah, they're playing without hotfixes, and I personally do not endorse that or have any plans to do that, because it's clearly doing something that's not intended, and it's spreading loot that you can't legitimately obtain. And it's spoiling items for people who do want to play the game in the intended way, so I don't endorse that. And in the last DLC, it led to points of misinformation of people who were like, no, you can get everything from the bunnies, and it was people who had disabled their hotfixes and played offline, leading people who hadn't done that to believe that they could. Like, I don't like it. I don't like that the model is that we have to wait for this stuff, but I also don't want to bypass that. I am all about doing things on the up and up and showcasing things that are possible for people to do in their game without shenanigans. And if you gotta fucking, like, go offline to play DLC features early, then, like, I failed as a builder. Is this without Spellblade? This is with Spellblade. I do happen to have a Spellblade on J-Bridge, because the crit chance is useful for my build. So this is with Spellblade. And also my Amalgam did happen to roll, or not my Amalgam, my Calamity did happen to roll with melee damage passive, so, like, I've got some good stuff for it. And I do have magic bullets. Like, I have a pretty decent formula for the Stab-O-Matic right now. It's arguably the gun that I should be holding all the time if I want to actually shoot things, but for fun, I don't.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I'll carry on your word.
Energy stop.
Have you used that the DLC items with bunnies early? Technically. I wouldn't advise it. Also, I'd like to reiterate that any spoilers of items beyond week 1 in my chat will result in, let's call it a 3-day timeout. Used to be nice. Nice. It's like NES Super Mario 3 vibes with gunships and bullets. It's so cool. I love this fight so much. It's very enjoyable. What class is the new face puncher with Amara? Because you can do magic bullets and Spellblade stuff with it, Spell Shot is like the class with this gun, but like you can make arguments for it with other classes. Like Sabomancer, you've got Alchemical Agent. Berserker applies good formula to it as well. I would say the class that gives it the least is Spore Warden, because the only thing Spore Warden gives it is Headhunter. Clawbringer at least gives it Oath of Thunder.
Didn't beg. Got that going for you. Now that's the good stuff.
Yeah, but that's Face Puncher with Flag. So yeah, I guess it's hard to figure out, Jaybridge. I guess without investing enough into Alchemical, it's Stabo. But like because of the multi-class system, I don't think that situation really applies to it in this game. Now, people who build it as if it's a gun getting gun damage, they'll probably go for Spore Warden. So, that. Diamond Gauntlet's elemental apply to Oath of Fire. Yeah, it's an increase to your existing elemental damage, Kitten's Bomb. It is not a bonus element, it doesn't create new damage, it increases what's there. So yes. Throwable hole is more fun.
Who wants to make that mistake again?
Guess lightning damage from Claw Oath? Yes. Exclamation point Sabomatic will show you a write-up of everything, every interaction that's been found. Credit to Ramen for that, with CZ and Stone Spawn doing some testing that fed into that. Cool. No Imelda. I think you got it the first time, Pragmatic. I think Nightbot might have been eaten by its own thing there. Or unless the command's gone at some point. Oh, here, let me just direct link it. There's a command for it, but I can't be bothered to remember what it is. I'll just link the paste bin. Oh, it's spelled wrong. Or is that spelled correctly? No, that's spelled correctly. Cool. We're wrong. Thank you, Brendan. Big brain. Really enjoying Thunder Anima post-enchant. Yeah, I've heard. I've heard that it's pretty good. I've got to circle around to that one. Enchantable Thunder Anima and Donkey sound like a good time. Definitely sounds like a good time. Oh, by the way, this enchant, chat, Ward Break spell crit chance, this crit chance is mult with other crit chance. So it's basically guaranteed crit chance if you have anything like remotely able to crit with consistency. And because on C50 enemies do so much damage, you'd probably get pretty good mileage out of this. Like, if an enemy just deletes you and drops you down into Save Your Soul, you still have this active and just boom. Just food for thought. Imelda's... Oh, I thought you said Imelda's always a good thing. No, Imelda's always a good thing. Yes. The difference of one word, huh? Let's see if we can't get some more really nice spell seeds with this. I love Ascended spells just in general. The difference a comma makes in that case, Roddy. Difference is the punctuation. There's a comma missing. Things still happen with Hawkins in sticky mode. Hawkins sticky mode's still really good, yeah. Just shoot the birds at the ground, reload, they'll seek out enemies, do pretty good damage. Good weapon to hold if you want to fire double knot. The Oxford comma. It's Stones One, how you doing? You see this nuts barrel maker we got? I'm still in shock from, like, the damage. Ascended barrel maker, 9,000 without spell damage parts. Insanity. Absurdity. Shenanigans. Okay. I got a decent amount of money. I went for basically nothing today, because I had spent it all on SDUs right before stream. Got like 8 mil, not really picking up and selling anything, and just kind of playing. That's pretty good. Got some more spells to test and cool stuff and things. But just this barrel maker. Bow down. Bow down. Anyway, that's gonna be it for stream today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Time skip over Threads of Fate. I don't think the two are comparable, and I don't have enough experience with either at anything other than old C20. So I don't know. Thanks for testing. Anyway, let's find somewhere for you guys to go. Thank you so much. I will be live tomorrow. With more, probably more Wonderlands. Probably. So yeah, let's find somewhere. Let's see, Lazy's doing the Wonderlands thing, BCK's on Wonderlands. Yeah, let's go to Lazy. I didn't catch much of Lazy's last stream, so won't do that. And yeah, let's use what Stump said for raid message. I like that. Copy what Stump said. Hang on, let me grab that. Okay, copy this. So I wish you all best of luck in your chaos grinding endeavors. If you're doing that kind of stuff. If you're just vibing, I wish you luck in that too. I hope that the soul farm that I showcased today is helpful to some of you. If you didn't catch that, it's the first hour of stream. I spent 1 hour farming souls. We got over 2,600 in 1 hour, and that was really good. That's applicable at any level. So, hope you have fun. Thank you so much for all the love and support today. I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.
You have to, like, fully wait a bit. It's kind of annoying.